a.m. Thank you for your attendance.
Mr. Mayor,
Please go ahead.
where we have I don't know what the right word to say, it's first time operator on the...
Yep, so through the chair, Mr Mayor, we have our normal minute taker who's away, and we have our backup and who's very accomplished, and we have Nikita from our corporate services section just working our live stream, and this is her first time, and if we run into any issues, we'll wave at you.
Yeah, please do that. Did we get that start of the meeting?
Started, yeah.
Yep, cool. Righto, okay, so we'll deal with confirmation of the minutes. So do we have anyone to move on confirmation of the minutes on the 27th of July 2022? Councillor McMullen.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 27th of July 2022 be confirmed.
We have a seconder, Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak?
Yes,
Yeah, sorry, no, you're right. Keep going.
Councillor Hancock.
Mr Mayor, as I was only at the meeting for a few reports because I was at the LGAQ Bush Council's conference on behalf of Council, I'm going to abstain from voting because I wasn't here.
Right. Okay.
Councillor Edwards, similarly, I was only there for part of the meeting, so I'll do the same, abstain. Thank you.
Okay. And we had a seconder. Anyone wish to speak? Well, we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against or wish to abstain?
I'll abstain.
1, 2, 3, 4. So
Yes.
So 5-4.
yes,
Right, call for a
great.
division.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, moving on to 8.1, Discount Airline Partnership Agreement Proposal. I'd like to move that Council 1 agree to the 5-year partnership proposal offered by Rex on the 11th of May 2022 based on a fixed passenger tax of $29.91 excluding GST without landing fees for the period of...
Can I just jump in here, please? I think I've got a
that's-
declarable.
Okay, righto, please
Yeah.
go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Didn't see it. Right. So declaration of interest, item 8.1, description, discount airline partnership agreement proposal. Declaring Councillor Mark Edwards, person with interest, related party, close associate relationship, other relationship as myself and my sister's son-in-law. Particular of interest, my sister's son-in-law works for Rex in Brisbane office as the Chief Lamey, licensed aircraft maintenance engineer, who's mentioned in this. I don't think they're mentioned. Are they? No, they're not mentioned. The son-in-law's not mentioned, but
The company.
Rex is. Yeah. So type of conflict declarable. I wish to. There was a different one there. Should have been. I don't know.
So you can change it to what you'd like it to be.
Oh, I sent. Yeah. No, I just got to find it now.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty good, mate.
It's to do with the declarable one staying in the room.
Sure.
So yeah, I think we're getting some wording up there now for you.
Okay,
So we just wait
got it here.
30
Got it there anyway. Yeah.
Okay, it's also...
Well, I have a declarable. Action will be remain. The action on the left-hand side will remain. Although I have a declarable conflict of interest, do not believe a reasonable person could have a perception of bias. Therefore, I will choose to remain in the meeting. However, I will respect the decision of the meeting on whether I can remain and participate in the decision.
Okay, do we have anyone to move on this one? Councillor Hancock.
I move that it is in the public interest that Councillor Edwards participates and votes on agenda item 8.1 because a reasonable person would trust that the decision is made in the public interest.
Okay, we have a seconder, Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. Okay, getting back to what I was moving. We can, where was I up to? I'll start again. That Council 1 agreed to the 5-year partnership proposal offered by Rex on the 11th of May 2022 based on a fixed passenger tax of $29.91 ex GST without landing fees for a period of 5 years subject to annual CPI increases based on passenger numbers of 40,000 per annum. 2, agree to a model comparable to the WA model where residents have the access to community fares, $159, at any time at the agreed percentage of the overall load capacity of each flight equal to 20% until sold out, and include a further 20% of small to medium enterprise business fares at any time at the price of $250 one way or $500 return for each flight until sold out. I'll just put that until sold out there. 3, include standard maximum baggage allowance of at least 23 kilos to be included with the community fare. 4, negotiate a mechanism that where air services exceed 85% load factor, an extra service will be added to further grow the capacity of the schedule. 5, negotiate with Rex that a mechanism be included so the local travel agent can be supported to offer the same deals to maintain a competitive local presence. 6, work with Rex Airlines with the aim to grow passenger numbers to 120,000 passengers over the period. And obviously this is subject to Rex holding a valid contract with the Queensland state government. And then I'll add an extra point in there, some wording about, we'll make this number 7.
Yep, okay.
About that a change fee mechanism be introduced to change community fares if dates need to be changed. Change fee mechanism to be introduced to change community fares if dates need to be changed without the loss of the ticket. And then number 8 would be delegate the Mayor and Chief Executive Officer to negotiate final terms and conditions and execute any documents necessary. Okay, do we have a seconder?
Mr. Mayor, can I just ask a question?
Please go ahead.
Just with the 5-year partnership, is that, that's just got a bit of concern, is that there's no room to change that?
So the 5 years is what's been requested by Rex is to, like what I'm talking about there is from January or when it started till the end of the contract.
Oh, yep.
So it's not past the next contract. It's only for the contract.
So backdated.
Yeah, because it is also to do with landing fees, because the landing fees that previous resolution will not be there, so it's covering the landing fees. Councillor Hancock.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm just wondering if we can actually do this because you've just moved this resolution, but we already have a resolution on the books, which is OM/02.2022/47, which is in direct contradictory to this one.
But I think this is a council rescind motion and it was given to councillors in enough
Yeah, you didn't,
time.
so you didn't move a rescind motion, Mr Mayor. You moved that council one agree. You actually didn't move a rescind
Yeah,
motion.
just through the chair. So the beginning of what the council just picking up is that's the beginning of the motion, and that council rescind and replace with. Yes, you do. You do.
Okay, well, I move we lay this on the table till later in the meeting to get that information.
It's there. It's all
Through
here.
the chair, you can read the motion as read. You can read the motion that's before you. So it.
They only have to read what's in the
Bold print.
Oh, right, you
You
don't
didn't
need the
rescind.
whole motion.
You didn't-
No, you don't. No, it's just acknowledging that.
Okay, so firstly, I will move.
So we amending the motion that you just did?
No, this should be in front of that.
Yeah, so through the chair, probably just is that you withdraw what you've moved and then you replace, then you go back and read the motion as it's presented, if that's what you want to move. Does that make sense?
Right, yep.
Because we started halfway.
Okay, so, well, I'll start again then. That council rescind resolution OM/02.2022/47 and replace it with that council agree to the 5-year partnership proposal offered by Rex on the 11th of May 2022 based on a fixed passenger tax of $29.91 ex-GST without landing fees for a period of 5 years, subject to an annual CPI increases based on passenger numbers of 40,000. 2, agree to a model comparable to the WA model where residents have access to community fares at any time at an agreed percentage of the overall load capacity of each flight equal to 20% until sold out, and include a further 20% of small to medium enterprise business fares at any time at the price of $250 one way or $500 return for each flight until sold out. Include standard maximum baggage allowances of at least 23 kilos to be included with community fare. 4, negotiate a mechanism that where an air services exceed the 85% load factor, an extra service will be added to future grow the capacity of the schedule. 5, negotiate with Rex that a mechanism be included so that local travel agent can be supported to offer the same deals to maintain a competitive local presence. And then 6, work with Rex Airlines with the aim to grow the passenger numbers to 120,000 passengers over the period, subject to Rex holding a valid RPT contract with the state government. And then 7, a change mechanism to be introduced to change community fare if dates need to, well, actually probably need to change that. It should say change fee mechanism to introduce to change dates of community fare tickets without the loss of the ticket. Without the loss of the ticket. And 8, delegate, actually I might add another one in there, make 8 please, clarifying that the monthly amount of the community fares and SEM fares over a whole, over the total schedule for the month. Yeah. And then 9 will be delegate the Mayor and Chief Executive Officer to negotiate final terms and conditions and execute any documents necessary. Okay, now, do we have a mover for this motion?
Did you just move it?
A seconder, sorry, for this motion.
I have a,
I'll second it.
Okay, councillor Hancock,
I have a question.
please go ahead.
So, Mr Mayor, in point 1, it's saying that we're going to hold these, subject to an annual CPI increases based on passengers numbers of 40,000. So we're going to, this arrangement is based on 40,000 passengers, but yet over in, I don't know what point it is now, it says we're going to help grow, number 6, we're going to grow passenger we're going to work with Rex to grow the passenger numbers to 120,000 passengers over the period, but yet Rex will only pay council for 40,000 passengers.
Yeah, no.
But we're going to help
it's-
them grow their business to 120,000.
And so that is actually the fixed price deal for Rex is locking it in at 40,000 passengers with CPI increases each year. Then you have a situation where the 120 is in this contract. That's a request and an expectation that we grow the all-time low figures at the airport into much higher usage at the airport.
Yeah, but they only pay us for 40,000. So I just have a follow-up question, Madam CEO. What did we budget on? There's no financial implications in this report. And so what did we actually budget on for this financial year, and how will this decision affect our budget and our bottom line?
Right. Okay, so the budget was actually developed on is that loud enough? Sorry. Yeah, that's fine. The budget was developed on passenger numbers at 56,100.
Righto.
Okay, so certainly the premise of that motion before you is locking in the revenue, the business model for Rex in relation to their fixed costs.
And a decrease in our...
So
6,100, that would be a
we've
decrease.
budgeted for 56,100. Our actual is from the 30th of June, and we're just verifying that that we think that. And I said we think is based on what we've invoiced, is the figures are indicating we're around about 43,000. So we've actually budgeted for more than our actual in relation to our revenue presently, and the business unit. So the business unit already has a deficit, as you know, and that's based on passenger numbers at 56,100. So that's actually bullish in relation to what we actually have. Passenger numbers at 30th of June we believe to be around 43,000. So in essence, the difference between the fixed offer for at least this year and where we actually are at as a council is roughly 3,000 passengers. So from a partnership perspective, yes. If we got to 120,000 passengers, we would be certainly foregoing the revenue between the difference between 40,000 and 120,000. And certainly what needs to be understood is that the capacity of Rex is still only to supply a maximum, if they filled every single seat on the plane, both ways, of about 87,000 seats. So whilst we certainly would, in any proposal, is there would need to be an active partnership to grow those flights to get to 120,000.
So with a $29 surplus budget that we adopted
Sure.
only on 30th of June, and we've got a business unit of council who's already in deficit,
Yes?
we're going to actually go lower
Increase
than
that,
that,
yeah.
and we're going to increase that deficit. So where are we going to find the money to be able to make our balance still have a surplus of $29?
Yeah. You would need to come back and review the budgetary process, certainly. In essence, you've got a process of that for every quarter, but you can come back and do that. My understanding of the motion before you is, does council want to invest this money to get something back for your community? And certainly if council would like staff to walk through that process, we can show you the detail of those figures. That's not an issue, and then council can make a decision around its investment. In relation to the adjustment of the budget, it's the same as you're in deficit. That money comes from other areas of the business that aren't. So it's basically would have to be subsidised in that way. I would flag that upon closer examination of the budget that we've adopted at 56,000 seats, that if we're only actually achieving 43,000 in the last year, and it's been a tough year, is that we'll be reviewing that budget anyway, coming through in that first quarter, because we're overestimating what our current revenue is right now. So the deficit will be larger. However, that's a matter for council, is how much are you investing with this motion in relation to getting whatever it is that you would like back out of that partnership.
And I just have one final question. With the last resolution, and thank you for that. That made it really clear about the financial implications, Madam CEO. In our last resolution, starting on page 41, ending on page 42, it said, number 3, explore options with Rex Airlines that will continue to benefit the Maranoa community. Has that happened? Have we started to explore any other options with Rex other than the partnership agreement that they'd sent through, like, originally?
Through the chair, really where Rex is sitting is they're saying is they're happy to explore options with us as if we're a partner.
Okay, so yeah, they don't want to negotiate. Okay.
Was Councillor Taylor next? And
Yeah, thank you. I just have a question on the first one with the 5-year partnership proposal offered by Rex on the 11th of May. What actually did they offer? Did they only offer that 40,000 with paying the head tax of $29.91?
Through the chair, if you recall, with the correspondence that went back and forwards, at that time, was that they had written to council and offered to take over the airport and a range of things in relation to that. At that subsequent meeting, you rejected the offer of them taking over the airport, and you've left that motion quite broad about.
Did they put the proposal up for the 40,000 passengers?
Their original proposal, which is dated back to November last year, was the number that their original proposal was based on was the calendar year 21 passenger numbers, which at that time was we were projecting to be somewhere in the vicinity of about 34,000. So certainly this number 40,000 hasn't been presented by Rex. This is a motion that's been put up to present a baseline passenger number figure.
Yeah, and I'm a bit confused too with the 120,000 passengers that we're going to help build. Same with Councillor Hancock just said, like, we don't get any benefit out of 120 passengers. If it's going to be 40,000, can't it go on the numbers from? Didn't they propose at one stage the numbers from the previous year, and then if it's 40,000, and the next time it's 50,000, and go up with that? Wasn't that their proposal?
No. Through the chair, when we teased that out, we went back to Rex a couple of times in relation to that because the original proposal was very much about locking in those passenger numbers and really locking in those fixed costs for them for 5 years. When we went back and asked some questions, we believed, Councillor Taylor, just as you're stating, that this was actually about going back to the previous year, and then basically what you'd be foregoing is only the small amount, the differences. But we reconfirmed that back with Rex, and they said no, the actual offer is those calendar year 21 figures or a baseline figure for 5 years. So it's very much about locking in that fixed revenue model for them over a period of time. That helps them plan their business. Then they know what the cost of that is.
And just one more question, sorry. Mr Mayor, number 7, can you just explain number 7 to me, please?
yeah, so what happens, and feedback I've had from people flying, is that if you book, say, 60 days out, and
But you're going to try and alleviate the whole 60-day. You haven't got that in here anywhere.
I might actually add that to the motion because automatically when you sign a partnership agreement, you go back to 48 hours and the 48 hours and 30 days. But when people book, say, 60 days out and they need to change the date, they lose the ticket, right? So,
Totally lose it.
yeah.
No
So this-
refund, no credit.
That's right, yeah.
So this is about putting a mechanism in there that they have a change mechanism, and like other airlines, you might have a booking fee or something that you have to change, but you don't lose the ticket. So that's about putting that in. Now, council, yeah,
Oh, just, sorry, I just
Yeah.
thought just something, just, when we had the state government come and listen to our problems here, have we heard back from them at all? They were just going to take everything on notice and bring back a report?
Look, through the chair, I have had contact from the public relations part of Rex in the last couple of days asking if they could access a venue to come back and consult with the community. So certainly the state government has asked them to come to
Rex is coming back.
to actually come to Maranoa to hold a community consultation.
That'll be in the contract.
yeah,
All providers, that was a condition of the contract.
yeah. I think it is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Burkett.
Firstly, is our numbers increasing? Like, I know COVID's put a big dent in the last couple of years, but is our numbers slowly improving since Rex, like building up each month?
Yep. So look, through the chair, yes, our numbers have improved, thankfully. It's still, we were sitting about 3,500 probably in February, and in June our final figures were about 4,300 for that month. And the only thing that I would flag there is we've certainly had a lot of activity and a lot of additional visit to the region and certainly a lot of events, etc. However, you are still getting feedback from the community about the high price of those tickets. So whilst the airline consumption is definitely picking up, there is, I guess, there's a maximum if price is the inhibitor to that travel.
So just on that, with the 250 to 500, because I don't fly, but
Yep.
is that reasonable?
Yeah, so the feedback that I've had is for business to fly, $500 return. To give you an idea, at the moment, people are paying between $700 and something to $1,000 return. So that is reasonable. That is reasonable for business, and then you've got the different category, which is the approximately 158, which might turn into 170 or something, and that's like, what's that, $340 return, and that's just for normal residents in the region. So that means that the SME means that you could bring a mechanic out for a specialised piece of gear. You could send one of your people in a small to medium enterprise in the Maranoa. So that is very reasonable for that is what the feedback that I've had, and when you compare that with $1,000, that's a big difference.
Just with following what Madam CEO said about they wanting to meet again, it's a shame that can't be done before this deadline.
That is actually about community consultation,
Yeah.
not meeting with council.
But I mean, we'll flush out more information from the community to help make a decision. The other thing too, like, this is just a statement, but if we do get these numbers, it might knock us around a bit, but it's going to help the community. Like, I'd like to think if the community are the ones that are giving us all the feedback on prices and lack of flights, any way we can help get that to happen, it's going to help the community plus businesses and the health sector or whatever. So.
Councillor Ladbrook.
Yeah, so if this went through, does it hold Rex accountable for that? Because they just seem to do what they want to do. It doesn't suit us, so they just don't, nothing happens. So, we could do all this and they just, doesn't suit them, so...
No, it would be in the partnership agreement that we would sign, is that all these conditions need to be met, and there would have to be a mechanism if they're not being met.
All these cheaper fares and that, because they haven't really kept what we thought they were going to do.
Councillor Guthrie.
My question is, the resolution from March that we then, when we were trying to come to terms with and get a business model with Rex, and I'm not giving confidential information out, I'm just reading the resolution. This trial would be an opportunity for Council and Rex Airlines to increase passenger numbers to improve the sustainability of Roma Airport and Rex Airlines flying to the Maranoa. Note, the concession to Rex Airlines is valued at approximately $6,500 per week. So we've now had 8 months since Rex has taken over the RPT. On my mathematics, that's about $208,000 of landing fees that have been incurred. What happens to those if this is not? Is Rex accumulating or incurring basically a retrospective bill that will need to be paid if they don't accept this particular resolution, whichever way it gets up today? Because that, to me, is the elephant in the room, that they are operating currently, incurring an expense based on our current tariffs, that the people in the Maranoa are not getting a benefit and haven't had a benefit for the last 8 months. That, to me, is the crux to move forward and hopefully get a business model that will work to their benefit as well as our benefit.
Well, a couple of points is Rex would say that with some of the highest passenger taxes in Australia, that they don't believe it is warranted to charge a landing fee. So that's what they would say with that. So they don't believe that. And what they've said is other RPT services that have the high passenger fee don't charge RPT. And they have been offering community fares, but it's just a smaller window, so it's just not at the level that the community needs to be viable, I believe. Councillor Taylor?
Just on that from Councillor Guthrie, so the $6,500 a week, have they been charged for it? Or is that like, because we haven't got an agreement, so that's not part of any agreement at the moment? I mean, it was flagged before because they say that they don't pay that anywhere else or whatever that story was. So are we charging them the $6,500 a week?
Through the chair, Councillor Taylor, no. Why? Because you do have a resolution on the books waiving those landing fees from March.
So we did waiver them and they
Yes.
took that up?
Yeah.
Okay, just asking.
Just in relation to, through the chair.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then we've got Councillor McMullen then.
But, excuse me, Mark here. Sorry, Councillor Edwards. So there's no truth in the fact that there's so the head tax is being charged invoiced. So there's no issue there.
Yeah, head tax.
Yeah, through the chair, that's right. Council did pass a resolution in March around the waiving of the landing fees. They're not being invoiced and they're not being paid.
Councillor.
Sorry, no, the other one, the head tax. It's been like
Through the chair, yes, the head tax has been invoiced throughout this period.
Paid?
correct. Okay.
That's what Councillor Edwards is asking. Has the head tax been invoiced and paid?
It's certainly been paid up to a certain date, and I'm certainly happy to supply that
know we get
information to the balance of
confused.
councillors if you need it.
Now people are getting confused with landing fees and head tax. That's all.
Yep. And look, through the chair, probably not a matter for the chamber to discuss how all of the airlines have paid us, but certainly happy to supply that information to you.
Councillor McMullen, then Hancock.
Well, I was just going to say, Mr Mayor, the landing fee at the moment, my understanding is, would start, unless if nothing changes as of today, we'll start getting invoiced again on the 1st of July, as of the 1st of July 2023.
Yeah.
We've waived,
That's right.
correct? So
That's right, based on your current decisions. Yep.
Councillor Hancock.
Because there is so many resolutions, I just want to double check. Part of that resolution that Councillor Guthrie was talking about with the $6,500 a week concession, it had formal written agreement be signed by both parties and council authorised Chief Executive. Has there been any agreement at all signed, not partnership agreement, but any agreement signed on behalf of council?
No, through the chair, the my interpretation of that resolution that's sitting on the books is that that one talks to the other, is that the partnership agreement would be signed, and so at this particular point in time, the airline's not being charged, but nothing's been signed and nothing's been paid
So, also nothing's been signed, nothing's been paid
since that resolution.
since March. So just double checking, is it two separate things? Do you just have a normal agreement, normally, say, with any provider? Is it just a normal agreement? And then the partnership agreement is a different agreement?
Look, through the chair, the way you work under the Local Government Act is you charge fees, and that is our structure of the fees are being charged for ABC, and for all airlines entering and leaving the region, you'll charge those fees in line with whatever you've adopted. So it doesn't speak to other things other than what's on those fees and charges and what council resolutions are on the books under the Local Government Act about what you're charging them. So in essence, we're at a point that it is timely to make a decision about whether you're entering an agreement, a partnership proposal or not. While you've got a series of resolutions that sit on the books, one of those was obviously in conflict with the motion that's currently being proposed. The second motion does grant those concessions, and the third motion does open it up more broadly to sit down and have further partnership discussions to the point that you actually do execute some kind of binding agreement.
Councillor Taylor.
Just really quickly, in number 1 there, where you've got based on passenger numbers of 40,000, are you immovable on that?
I'm happy to make it 43.
I was thinking more than that. I was thinking every year it's got to go up.
No, well, but that's the whole idea of the partnership agreement. For instance, I think Brisbane Airport's charge $13, council charges $30. So we have got one of the highest head taxes. So this is in Australia, and this is why if they lock it in and grow it, it's a way for them to reduce, because they're a discount airline and they want to put it into lower ticket prices. So this is why they're doing it, so they're not interested in something that's not a locked-in deal, because if they can grow the numbers, they see that really beneficial for the community to put more affordable airfares in there, but they want to get the ticket, they want to get the head tax down, and that's why they would not be, that's just the way that they operate.
There's a lot of difference between us and Brisbane though, like look at the passenger rate that goes through there compared to us.
Yeah.
And to say you want to grow it to 120,000 and we get no benefit out of that just doesn't make any sense.
Through the chair, just in relation to benefit, it's not just about your singular benefit of the airport infrastructure, right? It is an enabler for other economic parts of the business, i.e. tourism business, etc. The reality is they are a volumes discount airline and their contract is with the state government, not with us. In essence, at their current model, which is 24 hours out, you get community fares, 60 days out, you get community fares. That is what they've proposed as their viable business model. So if you look through the chair, when I look at the motion that's being presented, when you're talking about 40% of that flight load being at a reduced, value, that is revenue foregone for them too. So for argument's sake, there's a benefit to the community, no doubt. If you save money and the tickets are cheaper, there's a public value to that. And we've certainly in previous reports talked about that public value being as much as even $1.5 million a year if the planes are full. Remembering that if that public value is provided, Rex has to forego revenue, as we would have to forego revenue to have that investment partnership. And the matter at hand is really what's the balance of that if you're going to come to an agreement about how much is each party going to forego to actually get that greater good, which is increased airline travel consumption to the whole of the community and the value add to business, tourism, visitors to the region, etc., and the flow on economic benefits. So both parties in real terms lose, but it's the investment
So
through.
Councillor McMullen, then Burkett.
I was just gonna, you quoted Brisbane $3 and,
No, $13. Yep.
sorry,
$13.
for Brisbane?
Yeah, yeah.
To land in Brisbane.
What's the other, sorry?
$29.91. Yeah.
And
Oh, that's passenger tax.
Yes, that's
yeah,
right.
passenger tax. Yeah,
That's
I
right.
was more talking about landing tax, landing
no,
fees
no.
here.
No, passenger tax.
Yeah,
And
sorry, I was on the wrong way.
and the ones that are around high teens, around regional airports of the same size, don't charge landing fees. So that's where obviously Rex are coming from. Councillor Burkett.
Just a couple of things, and I'm glad the CEO said that, because there's a bit of a fallacy going around the community that we picked Rex, like not the government, and that the tender that's been getting pumped around, which is false. Just on the numbers, I sort of agree with Councillor Taylor, sorry, got me left and rights mixed up. Because if we got 4,300 for June, well, if we get that, that's nearly 56,000 for the year. So there is if we could come up a little bit, I think would be good. But the benefits, not only the community, even us ourselves, like that cafe issue out there at the that we've got, could be rectified if we can play ball a bit. The renter cars, all those things there that we could potentially lose because of lack of business, could still be there. So part of me thinks we might have to take a bit of a hit for the common good, but I just think there needs to be a bit of flexibility with that 40,000 too, I think, if we can.
Okay, so I'm happy to make it 43 because it is a calendar year that they're actually talking about. So I'm happy to change that. So I'll change that to...
Can't go a little bit, all right?
What about if we halved it? If we're gonna, why don't we make
60.
if it's a partnership, why don't we halve the 120, why don't we make it 60? And we're halving, then that's a true partnership, 50-50.
Yeah, look, through the chair, I mean, they're an airline, they're a discount airline, and certainly what our figures would convey that even at this model, there's a significant loss for them. And we call it a loss, it's not, it's investment at both sides. The reality is, in a true partnership, you work out where that sweet spot is. Clearly what Rex are doing by writing to council, they're saying this is what works for us, and it's about sort of working back through that. Yeah.
Councillor Guthrie.
Mine, just a quick question. So with the 28, with the RPT, with 28 flights per week, what is the maximum number of seats servicing a 28 flights per week over a 52 weeks? So did you say it was about 68,000 or something?
Look, through the chair, if they filled every single seat in the plane, and that's not realistic, why? Because you've got luggage, etc. It's sitting around 87,000. So from the information that Rex have supplied to us, they've said about 43,000 each way. It's 43,000 something. Councillors, I did circulate that.
87,000 passenger movements per year on their fleet.
Yeah. So maybe then the 43,500 would be a true partnership, as in half-half, as an ideal number.
Why should we take the brunt for what somebody else has done to us, though? Like, we didn't ask for it. Like, this
Anyway,
is state government.
that's not a question. We'll get into the debate.
Yep.
So I'm happy to change it to 43,500. And I'll ask the seconder in a minute. And then the second thing is I'd like to put a point in there to clarify that part of the partnership agreement, that the fare schedule will be open 48 hours before the departure. The community fare availability will be available 48 hours well, actually, it's not really a community fare. I think they do it for anyone. So that the agreement that the just say discount fare availability will be available 48 hours before departure. 30 days, before departure. Up to 30 days before departure.
Can I just
The only
ask,
thing- yeah.
is that the best they can do? Is
Yeah,
that the best they will do?
That's the best I've done on other routes.
Okay,
but,
just asking.
But we've got the only thing that no one's got in Queensland, it does, which is this portal where anyone at any time can go and lock in and order the fares, like on the WA model. So you don't have to wait 48 hours and then 30 days. You can just go and do that, and that's a special thing for residents,
Mr.
right?
Mayor,
Yeah.
why are we putting that in there when, in the other part of the resolution, we're asking, where if it gets up, guaranteed 20%?
Okay, so one is, for
I
instance,
think it's 20.
yeah, well, there's two different things, and that's why I actually said it's not necessarily community fair that they open the schedule up, because they open the schedule up and you don't have to give your ID that you're from the Maranoa. They just do that 48 hours, and that's available to anyone 48 hours before and 30 days before. So that is separate to the WA portal where you could go in as a resident and get the 20%, right? So that means that now, if you look at, say, Rex for tomorrow,
I know, but yeah.
So through the chair, are you saying that in part 2 of that resolution is that the WA model, the community fares are resident community fares?
yep, correct.
Right.
And how do they
So-
access it?
The WA government, I think, has driven it, but they have some way that you can register as a resident, and then you have access to whether it's a fare code or whatever, and that's what you can get anytime. So, for instance, if you were deciding to fly a week ahead or 2 weeks ahead, you can go into the portal or whatever and get those tickets. What I'm talking about in point 9 is they open the whole schedule up of the airline. You don't have to be a resident, which the best deal, to Councillor Taylor's point, is 30 days before, up to 30 days before, and within 48 hours. Now it is within 24 hours and it's 60 days. So making sure we get that, because, anyway.
Look,
In this resolution up the top, they've got 20%, they will have 20% of the fares guaranteed for 20% community fares at
Yep.
$159.
So
Over the flight schedule for the month, and I think I clarified that
So,
in another one of the points.
through the chair, that sounds like the TMR scheme that's actually being offered, in Northern Australia, where they have a resident community fare model. There's a registration process for all those residents in relation to that, and as the mayor said, they get a number, and then when they book the flights
Dot point 2 doesn't say over the month, that says every flight,
at any time.
at any flight.
Yeah, now, didn't I clarify that in another point further down? Did I put that, what was the one about? Clarifying, point 8, clarifying the monthly amount of community fares and SME fares over the total schedule for the month. So it might be one flight completely sells out within, I don't know, a day of putting it up there, right? So you mightn't get those community fares, but over
Mr.
the,
Mayor, that, my reading at dot point 2, they will guarantee them every flight.
okay, well, I'm happy to
20%
change
of the
that.
flight.
20% of,
And have
Of
Rex
each
offered
flight.
this to you? Is this why this is part of the
No,
resolution?
I have spoken to them about the SME fares, and that came back on that last offer to council.
No,
that
the
they-
WA model.
They have talked about it, and it's a success story because it gets the usage up to really high usage in the community. So when that council had a partnership agreement, and that's why they're doing it. Councillor Taylor?
That's my question in number 2. What if they say no to that?
Oh, well, it'll come back to council.
Will everything be off the table though?
Well, if the resolution can't be enacted or it won't get up, well, it's come back to council because they'll say no to it, hypothetically.
Yeah, they can't pick and choose.
No, but if it's in line with the resolution. So I will change that. So agree to the model compared. where residents have community fare at any time agreed percentage of the overall load capacity each month of each month. We'll get rid of flight and say each month, because they will have flights that just sell out really quickly.
Thank you.
But we've also got a mechanism
Yep.
to,
Yep.
so, yeah. Okay, so the changes that I'm putting up is, does the seconder, can the seconder see that?
Yeah, I can.
Right, are you happy with those changes?
Mr Mayor, the resolution doesn't make sense as it stands. Just like it's saying that council includes standard maximum baggage allowance, that council number 7, that council a change fee mechanism, number 8, that council clarifying them, like it doesn't make sense. You're saying that council's going to do all that. I think
Right, so we'll
if
just
that's,
change-
if that's going to them, if it gets up, that is.
Righto, so
an issue.
council and Rex agree on the following. Okay, so right up the top, that council and Rex, no, right up where it's got that council and Rex agree to the following. That council and Rex agree to the following. Does that clarify it, Councillor Hancock?
Well, we've got to read it as it stands, Mr Mayor, that council and Rex agree to the following. One makes sense, but that council and Rex agree to the following, that agree to a model, include standard, oh no, I'll
So
leave
they
it.
have to be adopt a model.
They all need to make sense.
You mean like the adjective at each start? Like,
Yeah, like it needs to make sense, yeah. And it needs to be clear on whose responsibility it is.
Would it be, Mr Mayor, jointly adopt,
Yep, righto, put that in up the
jointly
top.
include, so it's a partnership?
You mean up the top?
No, with each of the points maybe. So
Right,
it's about, because you've got
okay.
at the front, that council and Rex agree to the following.
Yep,
So through the chair, just capturing jointly adopt, just lead those through every single point. Does that make sense? And that will be quite clear that these are all parts of the agreement.
righto, I'm happy
Does
with
that
that.
make, through the chair, is that councillor Guthrie, is that what you meant?
Well, I'm following on from councillor Hancock's point of view. You do need a complex verb at the beginning of each of the paragraphs to actually say what's going to happen and be very clear about who's doing the what.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
So even if you go number 3, jointly adopt, include standard maximum baggage, well, no, we're actually wanting them to include standard maximum baggage. Like it's,
Okay, so, moving to, just at the beginning of the motion, sorry. Council and Rex agree to the following, be inclusion of standard maximum baggage, of at least 23 kilos as part of, the community fare offer. Why is because, certainly the background of that debate is that the current allowance is 21. And through the chair, number 4, do we need the word negotiate, or we just start with a mechanism?
I don't mind,
Yep.
as long as it makes sense, it's
that's
clear
fine.
to be able to enact.
Yep. So clearly, the aim of the motion, Mr Mayor, is to have all these things as part of the agreement.
Yeah,
And to be clear about those things in the agreement. Look, just through the chair, just would like to go to number 9, because the current model is that the schedule opens up from 60 days out, you can get a community fare, and from 24 hours.
it's not community, anyone can book them.
Yep. Sorry,
So it's
through the
not
chair,
community,
yeah.
yep.
So the check fares are available 60 days
Yeah.
out, and within 24 hours of the flight.
Correct, and that
So-
shifts 1 month and 1 day.
That's right. And,
So however you want to say that, I don't
yes,
know.
exactly, I'm just trying to, and what we're really saying is we want that improved by, so from 30 days out, we actually want to open up the schedule and from 48 hour, and move it from 60/24 to 30/48.
Yep.
So, is that clear enough for councillors in the current wording? It's just, when we say, in number 9, when we say up to 30 days before partner departure is, from a chamber perspective, is that from 30 days before departure, just so that we're really clear. Is that the intention? Sorry, we need some help here, just simply because I just want to get that wording right, because that means something to them. That's their current, that's how they plan, their process is 60/24, and we want it moved from 60/24 to 30/48.
Yeah.
So wording wise, do we all agree that that says?
Madam CEO, I just think you need a complex verb. For example, number 9, the partnership agreement, it needs to say enable the agreement or delegate or clarify, negotiate, or it's actually got to be a doing, it's got to be a verb.
Agree to,
Negotiate.
agree to a partnership discount fare.
Becoming
It's not called
available.
a discount fare, it's a community fare.
But anyone can buy them, so.
But I'm just telling you what it's
Is it?
called.
Right, okay. Okay. So, and it is the base one, so once you get that front of it sorted, I might put the word.
Okay. So, through the chair, we can use the word negotiate that the.
But you just need to get rid of the availability be available. So you've got discount fare availability be available.
That the partnership agreement potentially, through the mayor is, negotiate the partnership agreement, open up the schedule for discounts, to be available 48 hours before departure and from 30 days before departure, because we're opening up the schedule. We're not talking about resident community fairs at that point. We're saying anybody. Through the
Yeah.
chair, is that making sense? For, discounts. And just, just get rid of the. Discount.
Okay, and just I might put in there base, after 4, base discount fares. C4 up in 9, schedule for the base discount fares.
Yes.
And Councillor O'Neill said it's called community fairs. I don't know whether that will. I don't know whether that'll confuse it with the stuff up the top or not.
Through the chair, you can always put it in brackets, include them both, so that you
Right,
clear.
yeah, put it in brackets, community. Okay, does everyone, now is the seconder happy with those changes? Can you see them?
I can, and I'm happy with them.
Okay. Right, does everyone understand what the motion is? Okay, I'll speak to the motion. It's probably the biggest, well, it is the biggest issue that is on minds of people in the Maranoa. Just one thing I wanted to clarify. The budget does not have, we have already funded in this year's budget any losses to do with not getting landing fees. They are already none of that revenue is in the budget, so that's already paid for. In my opinion, there is overly bullish forecasts in the budget when what controls the amount of people that fly is the price of the tickets. And the feedback that I've had from the airline is that as the passenger tax is some of the highest in Australia, that the tickets are some of the will be higher. So I don't believe there's any upside unless we do a partnership agreement, because you don't grow passenger numbers significantly without affordable airfares, and people are unhappy with the affordability. I'm getting multiple calls about $500 one way, $1,000 return, $700 return, which is unaffordable. Councillor McMullen?
Can I correct something?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Maximum fare they can charge is $580, so they can't charge you $1,000. That's in their contract, I believe.
Yeah, but I was talking, yeah, I'm talking return.
He's talking return.
Return. Yeah, so $1,000 return they can charge. Yeah.
I didn't think that's what you said, Mr. Smith, but I apologise.
Righto, no, I might have got it wrong. I'm happy to say that, that I can make mistakes. So I'm talking about $1,000 return, between $700 and something dollars and $1,000 return. This gets to change that, where we have the WA model where any resident at any time can go on and book the schedule, so there's no more of this rushing or waiting 24 hours or 48 hours. It also has a deal for business, which I don't believe anything has ever been done, and we've got an opportunity where, working with Rex, we've got an opportunity for business to grow in the Maranoa, small to medium enterprises, because they get a deal where they can fly for $500 return, and the community can fly for approximately $340 return. So locking all of these mechanisms in, knowing that council has already funded this in our budget, it's already paid for, that we don't need the landing fees, and the comments about the bullish figures is, as all budgets are, they're an estimate, they're a projection, and I believe, knowing that unless we solve and do a partnership agreement, we won't get people flying, so we'll never get that revenue. So it's farcical to say that we would get that revenue with high airline prices. There is opportunity here for us to grow the region and get our airport back to a high volume regional airport. No one else can do that. There is no other airlines. The state government has never pulled a contract from someone that I've seen in my memory. I think if we don't do this, the community is hurting in the Maranoa, and we need to focus on making sure that we can deliver affordable airfares. Because when I talk to people wanting to move in the region, there is people that are actually looking at leaving the region, businesses, because of the high airfares. And if we don't solve this today, it may not affect us individually, but it will affect the community. So I believe that we're in a situation that we need to do a deal. I believe Rex is a discount airline. They know how to deliver affordable airfares. And if we don't get on this journey for the travelling public, we can't get our airport back to a high volume regional airport. And we've got the next 5 years, the airport anyway is under a major loss anyway. So we either get people flying and look at the community benefit of the region flying. There is people that cannot fly now that because of the cost of airfares, and we need to get them back in and get our regulated route really performing so anyone can fly at any time affordably. Okay, does someone wish to speak against the motion? Councillor Hancock.
Mr Mayor, I agree that the cost of the flights are an issue for our community, but I don't think the solution is for the council to use community money to subsidise a private business. I just simply think council cannot afford to subsidise a private business when out of a business unit that is already in deficit. And a business unit that's already in deficit and a budget with only a $29 surplus. I just don't think we can afford it. And
Hancock, that's not correct.
well, Mr Mayor, your opinion is your opinion. My opinion is based on what the CEO gave me the information. And so I'm going off what the CEO said before when I asked the question about the deficit in the business what is being budgeted.
Excuse me, no, it was about a $29 surplus.
Well, that was on my budget papers on the 30th of June that I read.
I think you need to read them.
I will read them, and maybe you should too, Mr Mayor.
Well,
Because some of the figures are, unless those figures have been changed, that was the surplus that we were given for the budget.
$29 surplus.
Yep. Yes, and I confirmed it on the morning of the budget.
Is that correct, CEO?
Through the chair, it's 29,000. And through the chair, the councillor was making a statement. They need to finish that statement, and then if there's any further questions in the chamber, the debate can continue.
So I was just correcting the fact that it was incorrect what you said. That's
Well, but that's your opinion, Mr Mayor.
It's
Who said?
$29,000.
Well, I'd like to see. Madam CEO, I'd like to see that again on the budget papers that were given to us on the 30th of June, not what's been changed afterwards.
No, it was
So-
29,000.
Well, that is not the surplus that we were given.
But that's the only bit I was correcting. Please go ahead.
Well, I actually think that's really rude to do that. But anyway, I suppose
Well,
you're
it's
the
not a
man.
correct figure. It's misleading.
Well, my intention wasn't be misleaded, and now I am very, very concerned that me as a councillor sitting at this table has been misled by the chair, because that's not the budget that I
You're
saw.
incorrect with that figure. It's $29,000, and you said $29.
That is the figure that was given to me on the surplus at the 30th of June.
Yeah.
Well, please
Through-
check that in the
look, Through the
break.
chair, I think there's probably a simple issue is that the aggregated figures that you would have been given would have been in thousands, and so the figure would have said 29, but that figure would have been 29,000. But through the chair, happy to circulate any of that information.
Yeah, I'm really happy to do that, and I'm also wanting to see the figures that was up on the board when we discussed that with Mead Perry on the day, that it was only going to come up as a very small surplus.
Yeah, but
29,000 wasn't a small surplus that we discussed on that day, so I'm really concerned about what's happened there.
Through
And
the
I'm
chair,
happy to go back and look at that, because
in a,
I'm not sitting here. I am honest and I have the highest integrity, Mr Mayor. That is the way my mother has raised me, and I would not sit here and purposely misquote a figure. That is not my
That's
intention.
why I was correcting it.
Yeah,
It's
well, maybe it's-
29,000.
Maybe it's how
Councillor.
you actually did correct it.
Mr Mayor, can I move a motion, we lay this on the table till that information sorted so we get the correct thing straight away?
It's not relevant to the debate.
Well,
You can move your motion.
just that,
It's actually not relevant to the item on the agenda.
Well, it is relevant when you said
seems to be
20.
taking up a bit of the time, so.
Yep.
I don't know.
Anyway, you've moved that. We go to the vote on laying it on the table to get the information. All those in favour? All those against?
Against?
6-3.
Lost? 3-6.
Yeah, 3-6. Sorry. Apologies.
Okay, please keep going, councillor Hancock.
So, Mr Mayor, I still just think we cannot afford it. You believe that's been budgeted for. I believe, and based on what CEO said to me earlier when she answered the question, that it wasn't budgeted for. At the end of the day, I just simply believe that council should not use community money to subsidise a private business.
Can I ask a question, CEO? Were you actually saying that the forecasts were for 56,000, but are the loss of the landing fees, were they budgeted for in the figures?
Yep, through the chair, for clarity for all of the councillors, the landing fees that the RPT carrier would pay were not included in the budget. The revenue projections are around the passenger numbers, and those passenger number projections were at 56,000, Mr Mayor. And the comment that I was making earlier in the debate, earlier was that our actuals are sitting around 43,000. So I certainly understand the debate around the budget and the prudence around that. The reality is you would be making a budgetary adjustment in the first quarter based on what those actual numbers were in the beginning of that budget, because it has been a bullish projection. So you would be reviewing that, I have no doubt, by October.
So to make it clear, we are not expecting, and we've done a budget with a surplus, having no landing fees from
That's
Rex.
right.
So there's no financial loss. There's only loss in the projections, which has nothing to do with this agreement, which is to do with your projections of 56,000.
Yep.
And at the moment are at 43,000.
That's right. So based on the motion that you've got before you when you're talking at 5 years, is really your foregoing future years' revenue, give or take, where your passenger numbers land.
Well, that's if the passenger numbers actually increase. If they don't increase, you're not forgoing any revenue.
Yeah, through the chair, certainly there won't be much change.
Well, and we're actually getting a 5% increase if CPI is at 5% every
Yep,
year.
yep, through the chair, yes.
Okay,
In expenditure,
So
that's
that
right.
hasn't cleared it up for me, so if I'm able to ask a question.
please go ahead.
So are you telling me that we set a budget on not any landing tax fees in our budget?
Yes, that's right. Remember that you passed that motion on the in March to waive the landing fees, and so when
Sorry,
we
the
estimate.
passenger tax. The
Oh,
passenger
no,
tax.
no. Look,
The passenger tax one that's accredited to the 40,000 people, 40,000 people. It's not the landing fees. So I understand about the landing fees. It's a passenger tax that I asked a question on about the difference between the 40,000. And so what I'm hearing now is that we set a budget on not receiving $29.91.
No landing
No,
fees.
landing fee.
Sorry, on the passenger tax. We would have had to have a budget on our passenger tax.
Yeah, no,
On 56,000.
Yeah.
And so the 56,000 might not be right, it might be 43,000, but we still had $43,000 worth of income in there.
So through the chair, this might make it simpler. Your revenue that you forecast for 22-23 is about 1.6 million, and that's based on passenger numbers of 56,000. It is not based on landing fees, so it is pure
Passenger
revenue
tax.
attached to those passenger numbers.
And it's the passenger tax numbers that we're looking at reducing from 40,000 and then helping a business grow it to 120.
You're trying to project what would the ceiling be on those passenger tax numbers if you had a successful partnership, and theoretically, if the market did that without the partner, that's your foregone revenue, if that makes sense.
Yep.
But if
Does.
the passenger fees do not get
Change.
any more
Yeah.
or change, then they were very bullish projections, and they're not correct, and we will be fixing it anyway. So if our passenger fees stay stagnant, that estimate won't work, and we will not get any more revenue, so we're not forgoing any revenue. And the point I was making was the the landing fees have not gone in our budget, so we do not have to find money if we do the Rex partnership for them, because it's already in there.
Wasn't talking about the landing fees, I'm talking about the passenger tax
And,
fees.
and look, just through the chair, what might also assist the debate, and I understand the logic that you're using, Councillor Hancock, is you have a budget projection, and they're public figures, at 1.6 million in relation to those passenger numbers of 56,100. Your actuals are 43,000. So if we adjusted that budget today, based on our actuals from the 30th of June, what we would find is that budget would adjust downward, the revenue would adjust from about 1.6 down to 1.2. So in essence, you're running a $500,000 business unit deficit. So in real terms, if passenger numbers don't move, that deficit will be creeping up towards, about 8 or 900,000. So the motion before you is saying, well, can we intervene in that and invest in that? Yep, real cost. But if we intervene, can we change that situation for council, and at what cost?
Okay, does someone wish to speak for the motion?
Yeah, I'll speak for it. Number one, there's no certainty about numbers, so I see this as spreading the risk between the three parties. So the three parties to this model, Maranoa Regional Council, Rex and the community. I think we've got an excellent commitment here from an airline, 56 flights, 28 in and out per week, which I think is just exceptional considering what it takes to run a business. But above all, the community must be looked after, I think. And I think this goes a long way to looking after them, particularly, in relation to point 8, maybe anything that can help the community. And obviously over a period of time, it'll help the area as well. The model comes down to a fixed versus variable model. So, you either take a fixed model, which is fixed numbers, or you go on a variable model and try and take on an increase in the numbers, which may not occur. And if they don't occur, well then, obviously we've got to look at subsidising more. So this creates a bit of certainty for everyone. The other thing is the multiplier effect. That's an intangible asset, intangible thing within each community. So that may alleviate someone's issues in relation to what it does for the community, even though it's a fixed versus variable model. And I think in the past we've done things, subsidised things, and we've done things in the community for the community benefit. But I must, above all, say the community, must be looked after. And there's a lot of things probably going to go in this partnership agreement, which it's very hard to know, what's going to come back, what we're going to end up putting in a partnership agreement. But it is a partnership and it's between three parties. So, if you can get clarity on say, for example, point 8, clarify, wait a minute, not that one, number 7. I think that's a good move, because I think there are certain things in the community that upset people, and especially when you introduce you've got a fee which is you've booked it 3 months out, and because of circumstances beyond your control, you've got to then turn around, lose the fare, and then get another one. I think that upsets the community. So. But I just think it's something that we, in my opinion, obviously, those things spreads the risk between the parties, and as I've heard, it is a partnership agreement. Okay.
Okay, does someone wish to speak against the motion? Councillor Guthrie.
I'd like to say there's a number of things going through my head, and from the really crucial thing is there's a number of not negotiable issues, one of which is that we have experienced COVID. It has had a major effect on the travelling public, and particularly the Roma airport. I mean, that's just a reality we're working with. I think the other thing, and Councillor Burkett mentioned it, I think it's really relevant to mention that we did not have any part in the selection of who were the successful applicant for the RPT. Rex was successful, so I think that we now have 5 years that we have to work with them, and the ideal objective, or the goal, should be to get a reasonable agreement in place. It's in their favour, it's in our favour, it's in the favour of the travelling public, and I know it's a major crucial thing. The cost of the airline tickets. I also think it's a given that for the short term that we will need to subsidise the airport and the travelling public. My issue, I won't be voting for this one here for two reasons. One is that I don't think we should be looking at a 5-year agreement. I think we should be looking at a 4-year agreement, given the fact that we now have 4 years and 4 months yet to run with the RPT. And I think by going 5 years, we're basically stepping back and going, well, we're now recognising the circumstances from the 1st of January 2022. Well, we've had 8 months. We have had planes landing, we have had travelling public, buying tickets and travelling. I agree with all of the parameters of this business model. I agree to the model comparable to the Western Australian model. But the issue is, to me, is that if we then waive the landing fees for the previous 8 months, where does the Maranoa community get the benefit of that Western Australian model? That's my issue. I would be more than happy to pass and vote in favour of this if this was to say that as of November we would be undertaking this agreement, and fingers crossed, or all things are working in favour of all three parties. Rex agree with it, let's move forward, let's have it all happen. My issue is, as I said, the 5-year partnership that is then being proposed retrospectively, that's in Rex's favour, but not the travelling public of the Maranoa. And as I said, the rest of it I think is a sound, reasonable set of parameters that I'm thinking that Rex would look and go, well, this is sort of something on the table, let's look at it. Because at the moment we've had 2 resolutions that we've actually devised that have not been accepted by Rex. I just think we need to get something concrete on the table, and to have Rex then coming to the party and saying, well, let's now negotiate. Because at the moment, all of us are missing out because we are not getting travelling public able to access reasonable fares, and we're still incurring the subsidising of the planes landing at the Roma Airport.
Okay, does someone wish to speak for the motion?
Awesome.
Councillor
Mr Mayor,
Burkett.
I do agree with item 1. Personally, I would like to see 4, but the main thing I'm worried about is the community. Like Councillor Edwards said about the multiplier effect, that's definitely true. I think the more people we can get in here, we need to benefit the community members, businesses, the health sector. All the concerns we had raised at public meetings was for more flights and also cheaper flights, and I think this will attain that. So yeah, that's why I'll be voting today.
Okay, does someone wish to speak against the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
I'm going to speak against it on the basis that we have a sound resolution currently on the books that if this is supported today will rescind. That sound resolution states that we have set in place $29.91 excluding GST for the passenger tax. We will develop a marketing strategy with Rex Airlines to market their airfares in our region as a tourism destination to increase visitors to Roma and the Maranoa, which will benefit our community and the airline. And the third one, which in my opinion is the most important, we would review long-term partnership arrangements with Rex Airlines in February of 2023. That will see the airline in place for 1 year. We will have a better understanding about what is the new norm in terms of air travel in and out of the Maranoa. Having been here for 3 terms now, I've seen and been a stakeholder on behalf of the community through being a councillor, 3 RPT contracts. The first contract, all of them have been commercial in confidence, but over time they start to trickle information out, both by the provider and by the government. And the first one was subsidised, the last 2, if you believe what you're told, are not. And I have some real concerns that we have a decision borne by another level of government, not us. And I think it's right that Councillor Burkett has called it out. It wasn't a decision of Maranoa Regional Council. This is a state government decision on the RPT service. And yet it is the local government, as the decision makers on behalf of the community, that are now considering providing a subsidy to the airline to provide the service to our community. And I just think that's wrong. The state government should be bearing the subsidy on our community if it is needed. Up until COVID, there was a provider into our region that was providing reasonable airfares on a regular basis. Obviously, the impact of COVID has been a major one on all airlines, on communities, and people lost confidence in travelling. We are now 8 months in to people starting to move again. I think this should be voted down today, which would mean that the resolution that was moved in March will stand, and that we review this on the 12-month mark so that we understand, as I said, the new norm after COVID in terms of air travel, and we will be more informed as decision makers as to what's best for our community. Because right now, locking in a contract, whether it's 5 years or 4 years and 4 months, it's locking in for the remainder of the RPT contract at a reduced number of passengers as the multiplier effect for the revenue into our community and our airport. I don't think that's good business. In fact, I think it's selling our region short if we are to lock in at those reduced numbers. Prior to COVID, we were sitting somewhere around 85,000 passenger movements per year. If the current provider can get their airline back up to providing or filling their planes, we will get back to those numbers. That's healthy for the airline, it's healthy for our community, and I just think we need to hold fire, stand firm on the resolution that was supported by a majority of councillors only a handful of months ago, and be mature enough to sit down with the RPT provider at the 12-month anniversary and have a robust discussion about where to from here for the remainder of that particular contract. If we do it now, based on those numbers, we are locking in a potential reduced revenue if the aim is to continue to grow the numbers into our airport. Even in the resolution that's been moved by the Mayor, point 1 is locking us into 40,000, but committing council to work with the airline to grow it to 120,000 passengers, right? So we're going to grow the business for Rex, but we're going to lock it in for our community at 40,000, selling out our community. I highly and strongly recommend to council to not rescind the motion from March, and that we acknowledge the fact that we have moved on the passenger fee, that we will work on a strategy that will benefit both the airline and the community, and that we will sit down with the provider in March of 2023 and negotiate a partnership going forward. It's too soon to be doing it now, and I just simply cannot support this resolution on 2 bases. The first is point 2, the model from WA. The first, we've heard about it today in terms of the community fares. I acknowledge the fact that the business fares have been floated before. I can't support locking in at 43,000 passengers per annum, plus CPI for the next 4 years or the remainder of this particular contract, because that will be selling our region short. This is community money. It's not our money. There are 2 partners that are being involved in this. It's the RPT service provider in Rex, and it's the local government. We are the community. They have put the faith in us to make the decisions on their behalf, and right now this is a poor decision for our community.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak for the motion or against the motion? Councillor Taylor.
I actually don't have a lot more to say, except I agree with everybody that's spoken against this motion. These people put in a tender with the state government. They knew they didn't do their due diligence. That's not our fault. They didn't know our head tax was $29.91 excluding GST. They didn't know about our landing fees. Well, none of that is our fault. So I don't know why we are getting held to ransom on something that has absolutely nothing to do with us at all. And yes, I want these fares too, and I want people to fly again because that's the easiest way to go. They're not flying now because it's too dear. I get that, but why do we can't the airport cannot afford to go to this extreme. We're going to lose money. We're already losing money in 90 other things that we do. The airport should be able to stand alone. It has been able to stand alone. So we need to work that at least it breaks even, comes out with something, because, nothing's cheap. And what happens in 5 or 10 years' time when we've got to do the tarmac again or whatever? So I agree with everybody that's spoken today. They've spoken very well, and I too cannot support this. Even though I really want to support something, I don't agree to support this.
Okay, so does anyone else wish to speak for the motion or against the motion? Well, I'll sum up. What I'm asking councillors to do is consider the community. Don't consider yourselves, consider the community. The community is the one that's going to lose if we don't do this agreement. I cannot think of any other airline that could offer a deal like this to the community. In fact, we've had 2 public meetings about the unhappiness with the last operator that was here. I cannot think of any other airline in regional Australia that can come here. Ever since I've been mayor, I've been wanting to prove that we can have affordable local air services into the Maranoa. And this is the most amazing deal that's on the table that can deliver that. And once we prove that we can deliver this, then it's there forever that this works. So the sad part about it is if you vote this down, we're in a situation where the community suffers. People cannot fly. There's no upside because the fares will stay at the high price they are now. There is no upside. The figures, I believe, are inaccurate about on high ticket prices that we're going to grow the airport significantly. We're stuck in a situation that we have a discount airline that's very good at keeping their costs under control, but want to have a partnership agreement to reduce the costs of the passenger tax to the airline, and they want to put it into the travelling public. So if we don't do this, it won't hurt the councillors in the room, but it will hurt the community, and that will make me really sad because we've got a deal here on the table to prove that discount airfares work in the Maranoa, prove that we can get a lot more people flying. I know that it is actually making people leave town. And if they leave town, you still will not fund your airport. You still will not ever get your airport out of a loss. In fact, the losses could be more because we might have the last of the people that actually operate out of the airport say it's not viable to do that. So if we don't support this, we're not putting business first. And if you change the airport and you get it really up in numbers, 4 years goes pretty quickly, and then it's a new contract, it's a new thing. You can put what you want and charge what you want. But this is a situation, what I'm imploring councillors to do is put the community first, and the community is hurting massively. And this stalemate will go on and on and on for years, whereas this is an opportunity for us to change the dynamic. There's people that cannot afford to fly away now for a medical appointment. So if we don't, and I agree, we don't do the state government contract, we don't pick the provider, but we're here for the community. And if we put our own thoughts forward that we don't want to have a loss in our airport, but we will cop a loss anyway, it's in loss anyway, put the community first. Do it for the community. Do it for, you know, the young people that need to fly, the people that need to go and see family, the people with medical appointments, the businesses that want to start up here and are leaving, put it for them, and it won't have a budgetary effect on the landing fees because they're already covered. This is an opportunity to grow the Maranoa. Council subsidises swimming pools, 1.5 million, but council doesn't want to subsidise the airport, 600,000 or 700,000. Can more people get community benefit out of flying in and out of the region than swimming pools? We have about $600,000 we spend on economic development. This is real economic development. This is the difference. You will go home today making a major difference. If Rex agree with this, it will change the skies in the Maranoa. And if it doesn't happen, not only will the pain be there, but, you know, when this does get sorted, whether it gets sorted in the next 12 months, 2 years, maybe the next election, whenever it gets sorted, it will be going, why was all that pain for everyone when we could just try it and see if it would work? Okay.
Just a point of clarity, if I can.
Yes.
You mentioned that there'll be a stalemate for years and years.
It could be.
And yet we've agreed previously to sit down with Rex in February of 2023 to talk about a long-term partnership. So you suggesting that they're not going to agree to anything in February of 2023 and we shouldn't do that?
What I'm saying is that the communication that I've had with Rex is that they do everything under a partnership agreement where they have fixed costs for the term of the contract. They don't do anything else.
So you're not suggesting that they wouldn't be open to having that conversation in February? You said there'd be a stalemate for years and years and years.
What I have said is that the discussions that I've had with Rex, everything starts with a partnership agreement. So, so council can move a motion if they wish to, but Rex has to be interested in doing that. Okay, so on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
All those against? That's 6-3 if I can call for a division.
That's 3-6.
3-6 if I can call for a division.
4-5, wasn't it, Mr. Mayor? 1, 2, 3,
3,
4.
4,
Oh, yeah.
5.
Yeah, sorry, 4-5. Good point. Yeah, 4-5.
Sorry,
4-5.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
1,
didn't
2,
see that,
3,
sorry.
4.
Okay, do we have any other motions on this item?
That stands,
You pardon?
but the resolution still stands.
No, but we could move another motion. Councillor Guthrie?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move. Emma, can I just get you, my dear, to put that down so I can read? The one that was just not successful. I'd like to move, can you just go a little bit smidgen more further down, please? Thank you. I'd like to move that council rescind resolution OM/02.2022/47 and replace it with that council and Rex agree to the following. 1, a 4-year partnership proposal.
Yeah,
To
cut
make
and
it
paste.
easy, my dear, if you just want to cut and paste the whole lot, and instead of the 5 years, I'm going to go with a 4-year proposal. Is going to be what I'm going to move. So if you wouldn't mind just doing that, and then I'll read what you've got.
Councillor, through the chair, Councillor Guthrie wouldn't be entertaining the idea of lifting the passenger numbers?
I'm fine with the 43,500 because I think that if Rex really do and are sincere and they do grow the travelling public, that may compensate for 12 months of not getting the benefit that I'm proposing for the next 4 years, because I would be anticipating that this might start on the 1st of January 2023 and give them a full 4 years.
And we have budgeted for the
And
53.
we have budgeted for that. To me, this is about trying to get something on the table that's something can be offered to Rex and then put the ball back in their court and go, well, what do you, if it
Excuse
gets
me,
up.
councillor Guthrie, do you want to just do that
Okay.
and end the debate?
I'd like to start that council rescind resolution OM/02.2022/47 and replace it with that council and Rex agree to the following. One, and I won't say the, I'll say a 4-year partnership proposal as offered by Rex on the 11th of May 2022, based on a fixed passenger tax of $29.91 excluding GST, without landing fees for a period of 4 years, subject to annual CPI increases based on passenger numbers of 43,500 per annum. 2, jointly adopt a model comparable to the Western Australian model where residents have access to community fares, $159 at any time at an agreed percentage of the overall load capacity of each month equal to 20% until sold out, and include a further 20% of small, medium enterprise, SME business fares at any time at a price of $250 one way or $500 return for each flight until sold out. 3, the inclusion of the standard maximum baggage allowance of at least 23 kilos to be included with community fare. 4, negotiate a mechanism that where air services exceed the 85% load factor, an extra service will be added to further grow the capacity of the schedule. 5, negotiate with Rex that a mechanism be included so that the local travel agent can be supported to offer the same deals to maintain a competitive local presence. 6, aim to grow passenger numbers to 120,000 passengers over the period, subject to Rex holding a valid. Maybe we don't need if we're only going for, I'll leave it in there, but I don't think subject to Rex holding a valid RPT contract with this Queensland state government. 7, negotiate a change fee mechanism to be introduced to change dates of community fare tickets without the loss of the ticket. 8, clarify that the monthly amount of the community fares and the SME fares over total schedule for the month. 9, negotiate the partnership agreement. Open the schedule for the base discount community fares to 48 hours before departure and from 30 days before departure. And 10, delegate the Mayor and the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate the final terms and conditions and execute any documents necessary.
Mr Mayor, am I able to ask a question?
Yeah, please.
Dot point 1, a 4-year partnership proposal. When's that, what 4 years are we referring to out of a 5-year contract is probably what I'm trying to say. Provider's got a 5-year contract, we're talking a 4-year partnership. That's
So through the chair, you're just asking about what does 4
yeah,
years
does
mean?
it start if this got up to date, does it start now or does it start?
Can I answer that, because it is actually my suggestion here, that it would commence on the 1st of January 2023 and continue until the expiry of the RPT, which I believe is the end of December 2020.
31st of the 12th, 26.
26.
6, sorry, not 27. Yeah.
Councillor McMullen?
Mr Mayor, that, okay, it's being answered now.
Righto. Okay, do we, have you got a question, councillor Hancock?
I do. Through Mr Mayor, Councillor Guthrie, so how were we thinking that then for the last 12 months that they would just pay all landing fees and passengers tax as per normal, because there's been no agreement up until then anyway, so would that be, they would just pay that?
To respond to your question, maybe I'll make one of the paragraphs, maybe number 2. So this will become number 2, that landing fees, that any applicable landing fees incurred during 2022 be attributed to or be considered as landing fees for the 5-year period. So for example, if they're $26,000 a month and there's 8 months that they've incurred landing fees, that if you work that out and divide it over the 5 years, it's actually minimal landing fees as part of the agreement.
So they can spread it out.
So just through the chair, just noting that you've got three valid motions that council has decided. You have already decided to waive those landing fees, so you would have to rescind that motion to adjust that in any way.
In there, and that's a good point. Can I just mention that we did have in point number 7 that it's basically back to the CEO and the mayor to negotiate. What was there any relevant delegate the mayor and the chief executive officer to negotiate final terms and conditions. My suggestion here is that the landing fees that have been incurred for the last 8 months, I would think would stand on the table.
Through the chair, through the chair, technically, you've only got 3 months' worth of landing fees that you were charging. As once you pass that motion, we have not been charging landing fees. So, i.e., from the I'm certainly happy to confirm the exact date for council, but my understanding is from the 1st to the 3rd, 22, you haven't been charging landing fees, and that would be from now. So in essence, remembering that they run a calendar year contract, there's only 3 months of this financial year where the last financial year, that we would have had landing fees from Rex as the new carrier. The final, since March 22, and in your 22-23 budget, there is no landing fees for the RPT carrier.
Okay, I've now got my idea what I want to do, if that's okay.
Yep.
Can I just ask just one really quick question before you move on, Julie? Don't they have 5 years plus 2? Wasn't there a plus 2 somewhere?
Yep, through the chair, they have a 1 + 1, which equals 2. Yeah, 5 + 2.
So really, it's
Yep.
a 7 years
So
stint here?
Maybe.
Well, maybe. Just
But
thought.
their
you might
first
think-
contract is 5, so it's up to the government what they do, I think. and
Is it up
so-
to the government if they go a +1
Well,
+1?
Yeah,
or
that's
is it up
right,
to Rex?
that's
their
right.
deal, so
That's
we
right.
don't know.
through the chair, there'd be clauses in that contract that would be mutually triggered. They would have exit clauses as well. But the aim of it is to give both the state and the carrier the ability to have an extension period. But with subsequent reviews, it's not a +2, it's a 1 by 1. So really, if there was the need to extend those contracts, they've got that annual review process. So they've got those
I just
checks and
thought there was
balances
a
in.
+2, yeah.
Councillor Guthrie, and
Okay.
then we'll go to Councillor
Emma,
McMahon.
can I just get you please to just allow me to scroll down? So I'm going to clarify that, or include the provision for that in number 10. Delegate the mayor and the chief executive officer to negotiate final terms and conditions, comma, including the resolution of the incurred landing fees, the accrued landing fees, close comma, and execute any documents as necessary. So basically I'm saying, as part of this, if it gets up and it goes to Rex, that then becomes the mayor and the chief executive officer to negotiate what happens with the $6,500, the $26,000 a month, or the whatever pro rata that they've incurred.
Righto. Okay, we have a seconder for that motion. Councillor Ladbroke, any opposition? Does the mover wish to speak to it?
Yes, I'd just like to say this is a big decision. This is one of the biggest, I think, that I look back on the 2 years that I've been elected to local government. This is an important one. We are all, I think, of the one voice that we want to get affordable travel to the Maranoa. We want a successful outcome. We want to have the travelling public use this particular service. We want Rex to feel that this is actually a successful RPT. But I also think we've got to balance the subsidy, and undoubtedly we have to provide a subsidy to keep this going for all of the reasons that I mentioned. I would just like to see something progress in a proactive way, and hopefully be enough of a carrot that Rex go, well, we can work with that, and we as a council go, well, look, we're trying to do the best we can for the residents of the Maranoa, and just hopefully move on, that we've got something, because at the moment we're living in like a nothingness, because Rex is continuing to fly. People are still trying to access the available service, but concerned about the cost, etc. I would just like to hope that we get a resolution that we can work with or work towards.
Okay, does someone wish to speak against the motion? Councillor Hancock?
I totally understand that we are all trying to get the best for our community, and there is different opinions around the table of the best for this community. But I acknowledge that every single person sitting here actually is sitting here for the community and not for themselves, but for the community and to get the best for the community. That's certainly where my heart is, and I can see that that's where the heart of the other councillors are. Unfortunately for me, this motion is still locking in a deficit for our airport for 4 years. We're actually locking in to have that loss with no plan of a room to grow and be able to pull our airport out of a deficit budget. I am concerned about the future impacts that we'll have on our airport when we do have to replace our tarmac and our infrastructure. I would like to think that we can come up with a plan where we're not locking in a deficit. I would like to have thought that if we could have negotiated this resolution with a higher number of our for the passenger numbers, where it's more of a half-half. If we're helping Rex grow their business to 120,000, well, maybe we could have met halfway and done 60,000 and then truly work together. And I would have been happy to, maybe support that or consider it further. And I guess that's why I am happy for us to review this in February. This isn't closing the door forever. This is only saying, let's give them 12 months and let's council get the true and accurate figures of the passengers that have gone through so that we can make a really informed decision. And so that is why I still think that we should stand firm until February, re-look at it in February with the correct figures and go from there with a view and a plan to be able to operate our airport over the next few years in the positive and not in the deficit.
Okay, does someone wish to speak for the motion?
I'd like to move an amendment.
Please go ahead.
I'd like to move that in point 1, it changes to a 2-year partnership, and that in terms of the numbers, it would read, subject to an annual CPI increase based on a maximum number of passengers of 60,000.
Does the mover wish to accept that amendment?
No, I don't, because I think from the point of view of the RPT, there's 4 years and 4 months to run this current one. I think for us and for them, I think we have to have the 4 years. I think 2 years will just put us back in 2 years' time, renegotiating and still in the same situation. I think we've got to have surety of a decision.
Righto, okay. So do we have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Taylor, does the mover wish to speak to the amendment?
I do, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm not here for Rex Airline. I'm here for the community. I recognise that there is a benefit to building the numbers both for the RPT service provider and for council. If we lock in a 4-year partnership, which is essentially the same resolution as before, a 5-year partnership, but if we lock in a 4-year partnership, we have no ability to negotiate for our community. If the amendment is supported here, we lock in a 2-year partnership based on 60,000 passengers per year, a maximum of. So if we don't get to 60, they're not paying for 60. If we get to 40, they'll pay for 40. But it'll be a maximum of 60,000 that they would have to pay for, subject to CPI increases. But it would allow this council in 2 years' time to have a look at what the new norm is. Pre-COVID, we were at 85,000 passengers per annum and there was no subsidy from the rate base. None, zero. And we had access to regular service, reliable service, and access to, then residential fares. If we lock in now 2 years at 60,000, It's an illustration to the community. It's an illustration to Rex that we're willing to work with them to collectively build the numbers up that will ultimately benefit our community. It will benefit our community because we will see a reliable service in and out of our community, and it's a benefit to the airline because we're building up their revenue, because it's a numbers game, a commercial game for airlines. If we lock in, as has been the substantive resolution at 4 years, there is no opportunity, zero, to negotiate, and we're locking in at 40,000 passenger or 43,000 passenger movements per year. That is half of what we were at pre-COVID. That is where we need to get back to. I urge councillors to support this amendment so that we are in a position where the partnership is on mutual ground, where we get to negotiate in 2 years from now on a more realistic figure going forward.
Okay, does someone want to speak against the motion? I'll speak against the motion. I don't think this is feasible. From the feedback that I've had, that's not a partnership agreement. So I don't think it has any success in actually getting Rex to the table, so I certainly won't be supporting it in any way.
Feedback from who, sorry, Mayor?
Feedback from talking to Rex,
Right.
that they are looking for the long-term partnership. That is a partnership agreement. So does anyone wish to speak for the amendment?
Just a question, Mr. Mayor. When you say long-term, do you mean long-term in this contract, or they're looking down the track future next?
No, long-term is for this contract, for the whole contract, or, maybe 4 years, maybe, but it's nearly a contract. Does anyone wish to speak for the amendment or against the amendment? And if not, does the Mayor wish to sum up?
No.
We're going to go to the vote on the amendment. Who's in favour of the amendment? All those against?
Yes.
So that's 7, if I can call for a division. Okay, now where are we up to? Is the mover, someone spoken against?
We just need a seconder for the proposed motion.
Okay, do we have a seconder for the? We had councillor
Councillor
Ladbroke.
Ladbroke, apologies for that.
Okay, so does someone wish to speak for the motion or against the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
I'll speak against the motion. This is a complete and utter sellout to our community. Locking in the numbers at 40,000 per annum for the next 4 years sells our community short. Since 2012, up until COVID, our airport, as a business unit of our community, stood on its own 2 feet. It was very proud for me as a former portfolio chair for airports to be able to share with the community that no rate dollars were going into the airport. Now, I accept that COVID had an impact. It had an impact on our economy broadly. It had an impact on our council. It had an impact on the airport. People did not have the confidence to travel, and therefore there was a material impact on the business unit of our airport for our community. That said, people are starting to move again. They're jumping on the plane with confidence in terms of health. What they're not happy about, of course, is the sheer cost of the airfares. But should the community that doesn't fly subsidise the community that does? The commentary from the Mayor before in terms of the pools, our regional ratepayers have always provided a subsidy to the pools. They have. Now they provide a full subsidy. Should the airport, a commercial business of council for the community, be the same? My argument is no. We can get back to the times where this particular business stood on its own 2 feet and was not subsidised by the rate base. To do that, we need to build the numbers travelling. The answer is not to lock in the passenger numbers at 40,000 per year, half of what we were at pre-COVID. Because our community, if this is supported now for the next 4 years, will be subsidising the business of the airport. They will be subsidising the users of the airport. They will be subsidising the businesses in and out of our community, the corporates in and out of our community, and the general community to use the facility as a way to get in and out of Roma and the broader Maranoa. I just do not support when we have data only from a couple of years ago that illustrates that this business unit is strong, and we have an obligation to build those numbers up again. But if you lock it in at 40,000 and we adhere to the other part of the resolution that the Mayor, or now Councillor Guthrie, has moved, which is to build it to 120,000, there's no benefit financially to our community. They will continue to subsidise the business unit, a commercial RPT provider, in bringing their airline into Roma. I say shame if this is supported here today, because we will not be acting in the interest of the community, because our community will be subsidising the decision the council makes on their behalf.
Okay, does someone wish to speak for the motion? Councillor Ladbroke?
Yeah, I think the sooner we get people coming into our town, the benefit for everyone, businesses and the spend. If we can increase by 20,000, that's well and good, because they come into town and they spend a lot of money. So, and the budget, we have budgeted for 53,000 people, so that's another 10,000. So we're not going to be hugely out of pocket, but I think soon as we get people flying, the better for the whole community. There's more people getting employed because more people coming to town, and I think it'll be a big benefit to get people on the plane as soon as possible. I don't think we can leave it another 6 months to wait and make another decision, which by the time you get another 6 months, by the time it gets started, there's 8 months, 9 months gone. I don't think Roma community and businesses can wait that long.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Or for the motion? I'll speak for the motion. Whilst it's, I just are totally perplexed how we think we can grow the numbers of an airport when you don't have an airline. You need an airline to work with council. And an airline doesn't work with council unless there's a commercial deal that they are happy with. We had situations when we had huge amount of gas activity, there was plenty of fares. But this is the only deal on the table with the proposal. This is the only deal with an airline. And it's farcical to say numbers are going to go up with very high airfares. So I'll be supporting this because at least it puts the people of the Maranoa first, and that's what we need. We need to break a stalemate. We need to move forward. We need to get an airline wanting to work with council in growing together for the benefit of the public, not for the individual. Does anyone else wish to speak for against the motion?
I just really have a question more
Please
than
go.
anything else. There was never an agreement or a partnership with Qantas, was there?
No, through the chair, the contract's with the state. We're just, the agreement that we would have with the airline is our fees and charges in relation to them landing and taking off.
Yeah, so there was never a sit down with all this with Qantas.
There were,
They just did their job, we did our job, end of story.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak against the motion or for the motion? Does anyone wish to sum up? Councillor Guthrie.
I just think it's important to realise that the RPT was a state decision, and we are I'll use the word locked in. We are locked in now for another 4 years and 4 months. I think the reality and the reasonable and the pragmatic decision to make is to then have an agreement in place that then expires when the RPT actually expires, which means that we've got certainty and Rex has got certainty. I'd also say I hope, like anything, I'm very optimistic. I would love to see Rex grow the numbers to 120,000, even if we are only getting the with the figures that are there with the 43,500, because we will pick up increased travelling public to the Maranoa, and hopefully we'll get the multiplier effect. We will actually get more money circulating through our economy. I just hope that with this, if it gets up for the next 4 years, that the community then are given a voice and are able to be part of community consultations, because then Rex are going to have the responsibility to deliver a great service. They might then have the fares in place. They may have the access in place. They've got to deliver a really good service, because ultimately it'll be the residents of the Maranoa who will have a voice and who will decide whether or not what is being offered is what they will access. But we need to be able to put everything that we can in place to then have Rex do what they need to do to then be an advantage to our community.
Okay, on that note, we go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
All those against? 5-4 if I can call for a division. We'll just break for morning tea. 10.1, loan of heritage assets, Old Roma clock. Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move that Council 1 loan relevant heritage items such as the old Roma town clock and the Bungleshire grader for display at the butter factory at its Roma site so that local heritage can be viewed, preserved and appreciated. 2, enter into a simple loan agreement for a period of 5 years for a peppercorn amount until August 2027, with an option to renew for a further 5 years should the organisation wish to do so. 3, note council's assets register accordingly.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, please go
It
ahead.
does say in there that it's a Taylor family, but it's so old and the clock doesn't work, I didn't think.
And you don't own it, do you? Council owns it.
Just
don't
pointing
they?
out to you because it's in the report.
I did see it before, but I just thought it wasn't really relevant.
And Councillor Taylor, you don't own it or anything, do you?
No,
It was
Yeah.
bequested many years ago, wasn't it?
Doesn't work.
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah.
Second that,
Okay.
Mr Mayor.
Righto, we have a second of Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does any?
I've got a question, or we might be asking the same question, probably to the mover or to the author of the paper. It says for a period of 5 years for a peppercorn amount. What, if we're going to put an amount in, you've got to specify amount or take it out.
Look through the chair for peppercorn, $1. So through the chair you can.
But just, can I, Mayor, for consistency, other things that we've loaned, we didn't put an amount on.
And that was like, yeah, with the camp draft, with the table, I don't think. there was
That's what
an
I'm
amount.
referring to.
Look, just I guess through the chair, I mean, as the author of the report, my interpretation, if you're going to have some kind of a binding agreement, it's got to have some value, even though it's very low. And I'm using the word loan agreement because they were bequests to you. So it needs, for a contract to even be raised, it needs some consideration, even if it's very small. And hence, that's why I've used the word peppercorn amount. And as the author, I'm thinking $1. If you'd like to amend that.
Mr Mayor, Councillor Neil raised our council table,
That's right.
but it's got a commitment in it that it has to come back if required.
Yeah, but that's what a loan agreement will do.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
I'm just pointing out for consistency, we haven't put any, there's no monetary change on the other item that we've loaned.
So through the chair, you can amend that motion to say at no for no amount or a peppercorn amount of $1.
Okay, I'll change the dot point, enter into a simple loan agreement for a period of 5 years until August 2027, with an option to renew for a further 5 years, should the organisation wish to do so.
Is the seconder happy with that?
Yes.
Okay, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
Yes.
Thank you. 9-0. Okay, moving on. Item 10.2, annual review of appointment to the position of Deputy Mayor. I'd like to move.
Two options on page 50.
Yeah, I would like to move that council note its annual review and no further action is required. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Guthrie, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? Councillor O'Neill was first, I believe.
No, I indicated I was against. I haven't indicated whether I wanted to speak yet or not.
Oh, right, I took that as being you wanted to speak. Okay, Councillor Hancock, please go ahead.
I'm just voting against this, not because I think that the Deputy Mayor, Councillor McMullen should be, but as I've done previously, I voted against the fact that we are doing a yearly review on the Deputy Mayor. My belief is that Councillor McMullen should be the Deputy Mayor and he should have been that for 4 years and actually is according to legislation.
Does anyone wish to speak for or against? Councillor O'Neill.
I'm speaking against it.
Now, Councillor O'Neill, now do you want to speak against it?
You've just said it's someone want to speak against. I've raised my
Oh,
hand.
no, I just didn't think before you wanted to, that's all. But no, please go ahead, Councillor O'Neill.
Because Councillor Hancock had a hand up, just to indicate to you when you said does someone want to speak against.
I actually thought you had your hand up first.
I'm speaking against this, not on the basis that it's Councillor McMullen in the role. He was elected for 4 years. As far as I'm concerned, it's for a term of the council, subject to obviously the actions that could be taken within the report, whether that's by Councillor McMullen or some other mechanism that councillors can invoke. But simply having this on an annual review basis, I just think is wrong. Councillors' terms are reviewed every 4 years in elections. So is the mayor of the council. The deputy mayor should be no different. I think Councillor McMullen's doing a good job. I'm happy to continue to support Jeff in that role, but this resolution should suggest that we're reviewing, his role as deputy mayor, and that it'll, I imagine, come back in another 12 months. And I just simply cannot support that we are doing an annual review of one position. The general public will make a decision who the councillors are at the election in 2024, and those councillors will make a determination, as we did, who is the deputy mayor for the term.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak for the motion or against the motion? Councillor Taylor.
I too have voted against this the last time because I too believe that the Deputy Mayor is doing a great job, and I don't believe that this agenda item should even come to the table. I wholeheartedly support him as being our Deputy Mayor for the four years, so I don't even know why we're even discussing it.
I'll speak for the motion. I certainly wasn't going to be discussing it, but because 3 councillors are speaking against the motion, I will speak for the motion. I think it's a very simple bookkeeping exercise. There is mechanisms in there at any time. I think it tidies it up, and I think it would be such a small issue that it doesn't even worth talking about. It's just being considered and dealt with. Okay, does anyone else wish to speak for or against? Does the mover wish to sum up? Well, that's me, and I don't want to, so we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
All those against? 6-3, if I can call for a division. Okay, moving on.
Did you vote yourself?
Item 11.1, Wallenberry Cemetery, use of ground protection mats. Do we have a mover? Councillor McMullen.
I was going to ask the question
Oh, please
the
go ahead.
officers, are you looking for support to purchase this, or? I know,
We've already purchased them.
that's good, yeah, that's what I thought, but
Yeah.
so we were.
That's just a report back to say
Yeah,
that
that's
it's working.
It's
and
working, that's.
It's all good.
It's already
Yeah.
working.
That's good.
Okay, councillor Hancock.
I guess that was my question too, is it actually working and is it taking away any of the problems that were previously there?
Yeah, it's working, councillor Hancock.
That's great. Yeah, really good.
Can I just ask a question?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I was down there once too, but they had crusher dust put everywhere or some sort of soil, which seemed to be restricting the growth of the grass. Is that still a problem?
No.
You know, where the marks are being made from the tractor.
No, that's been rectified, councillor Edwards.
Okay, so it's all growing, all the grass? Okay,
And it will be improved. There's a sprinkler system going in there this financial year. So an automatic one, so that'll improve the growth of the grass as well.
excellent, thank you.
Okay, councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that council receive and note the report.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Hancock. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to the motion?
Mr Mayor, I'd just
Councillor
like
Hancock.
to thank the staff for doing the investigations and for listening to the community with their concerns down at the Wallenberry Cemetery. And it's really exciting to hear that this is great outcome for the community. So thanks so much for investigating that and providing a great outcome.
Yeah, I'd like to speak for the motion. I'd like to thank the community for the feedback that started this to happen. And I'd like to apologise for the people that were affected with their loved ones. And I'm really glad that there's a solution and it's working, and appreciate what the staff have done to be able to implement that. Does anyone else wish to speak for or against? Does the mover wish to sum up?
No, thank you, Mr
We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes,
9-0.
Very good.
Sorry for the long wait.
Okay, 11.3, 2022 Ordinary Council.
Two.
Page 55.
Point 2, thank you. 11.2, councillor attendance at LGAQ Annual Conference voting arrangements. Do we have a mover? I'd like to move that we nominate councillors Guthrie and McMullen as the two delegates to attend the 2022 LGA Annual Conference in Cairns on the 17th to 19th of October. And 3, draft applicable registration, travel and accommodation costs from attending councillors' conference budget allocation. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ladbroke.
Are you not? No, observer.
So I think, yeah, well, anyway, we'll talk about that in debate. No, there's,
Mayor, I think you meant draw applicable? I think you said draft. Or draw
okay, draw applicable.
Register, that's
Yeah, okay, 3, draw applicable registration, travel and accommodation costs for, from attending councillors' conference budget allocation. Do we have someone that, any opposition to the motion? Does the mover wish to speak to the motion? I will. I think we've got to be fiscally responsible and reduce the amount of people that go to these functions. There's a significant cost in going. And I believe sending 2 councillors would be reasonable, so I'll be supporting the motion. Does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Or for the motion? Then we'll go to the vote.
Speak for the motion.
Please go ahead.
Mr Mayor, I would just like to say that as a new councillor, I appreciate the opportunity to attend the LGAQ conference for the last 2 years as a delegate for the council, and I am fully in support of Councillor McMullen, who has been before in previous terms, but of Councillor Guthrie attending these conferences. I think these conferences are incredibly important to the professional development of councillors. And it's not just about the delegation of the voting, it's about the networking, it's about the sessions, it's about the trade markets, it's about what you learn and see when you go to this, when you travel outside your region and go and see what other regions are doing, and the speakers that are available at these conferences. The professional development of these conferences are so important to councillors, and I'm just very excited to hear that Councillor Guthrie would like to attend this as a delegate, and I hope she gets out of it everything that I got out of as a new councillor when I attended the last two.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak for or against the motion? Then we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
9-0. Item 11.3, 2022 Ordinary Council Meeting Schedule, Spring Summer Season. I would like to move that Council continue to hold the ordinary meetings on the second and the fourth Wednesday of each month, commencing at 9 a.m, except for December, where a single meeting will be held on the 14th of December 2022 in Roma. 2, hold the first meeting of the month in September at Surat, at Yulbar in October, at Injune in November, and at Mitchell in February 2023, with a preferred finish time of no later than 6 p.m. 3, hold the second meeting of the month in Roma for the months of September, October and November 2022. Hold the meeting at Council's Administration Centre where possible, and if not, at the respective local community hall. 5, invite the 4 local and surrounding communities to the Spring-Summer Council meetings in the region, noting break times for morning tea at 10:30 and lunch at 1 p.m, to allow members of the public to meet with councillors informally during these breaks. 6, seek to involve required staff by virtual meetings or by telephone to reduce the need for staff to travel within and outside of normal business hours for meetings in the smaller regional towns. Do we have a seconder? Okay, Councillor Ladbroke. Any opposition? Does the move wish to speak to it? I do. I will be supporting this. I'm very glad that this council has actually made a decision to go to the regions. The federal government does this, the state government does this in some form, and I believe that local government should go to the people. There was a time where there was many councils meeting in the region. Obviously, we are now a regional council. I think this is a good balance, and it's not the people that actually go, it's the people that notice that we're there, and the feedback I get is very positive. Okay, does someone wish to speak against the motion? Councillor Hancock.
Yep, thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I won't be supporting this motion because I do believe that the local government should go to the people, but I think that we should go to all of the people, all the towns in our regions, not just the major towns in our regions, as we do for our council meetings. I believe that we should be actually travelling out to all those towns on a more social basis where we can meet with the people and they can talk to us one-on-one. When we take these meetings to the bigger towns in our region, there's, other than a break at morning tea and lunch, there's not much of an opportunity to actually engage with the people. So I actually think that it would be more beneficial to the people of the Maranoa if council went out and travelled around the region on a social basis. Not only, because then we could actually go to places like Jackson and Mungalala as well. I believe that there'd be more value for not only the people but for the councillors, and it would be less expense to the council. So therefore, it would also help council in finding some efficiencies in this budget without the expense of having to pick up our council meetings and going out to these regions to hold the meetings where the people actually can't really engage with the councillors anyway. And so that's why I'd be voting against it.
Do we have anyone wish to speak for the motion? Councillor Burkett.
Mr Mayor, I was a bit sceptical this year, and then reading the report, and especially after Kelly was saying what she said the other day and some of the issues and that. But I think some of them have been rectified, and moving forward, some things are going to be made easier. I do take on board Councillor Hancock's point. I think we could still do a bit after, even if people want to stick around. Most of us do go out and about to different areas as it is, and I know community group meetings don't necessarily have everyone there, but the smaller centres, nearly sometimes the whole town do go there. It's just horses for courses, I suppose. But I still think getting out in the community and giving them the opportunity to sit in on meetings and see how things work, because not everyone's gets on, what's this, on live stream or delayed telecast, whatever you want to call it. So I'll be voting for having the meeting still in the regions.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
I'm going to speak against it on the basis that I don't think this is achieving what the ultimate goal is. For me, as one councillor, I don't mind going out and having a council meeting in Surat or Yulbar or Injune and Mitchell. We're just packing up what we're doing here and doing it out there. But if the goal is, which I believe it should be, and I believe the other councillors believe it as well, is that we need to be interacting more and more with the community, and this is not the vehicle to do it. Our meetings are incredibly structured. There's a little bit of time at morning tea and lunch, but outside of that, you're missing that one-on-one interaction. And the RCAT forum that we all attended the other night was a good example of that. There is a yearning to interact with councillors and ask them questions and keep us to account. That's a good thing. Going to a council meeting and the people sitting up in the gallery isn't achieving that. I think by having the council meetings here, and that we put in a more formal, town hall type meeting arrangement across the region, all of the smaller communities as well, and that we all collectively go out and interact as a council, I think will achieve what we ultimately want to achieve, and that's to have more interaction with the people that put us here. I don't think this is going to have the outcome that we want. There's a burden put on staff to do it, and there is a cost associated with moving the council meetings to the other centres. So therefore I won't be supporting this, and I would support council looking at a town hall meeting style arrangement on a monthly basis spread across the region, where people can ask us the hard questions and keep us to account for the decisions that are being made on their behalf in this chamber.
Through the chair, there is no burden on staff. It costs us wherever we go. So it's whether, if we're moving around the region, it's going to be cheaper for some and less expensive and not for others. Ultimately, it swings and roundabouts across the annual budget.
Okay, does someone wish to speak for the motion? Or against them? Councillor Ladbroke?
Yeah, I think it's very important to get out these areas and just show that we care. A lot of the time when we go out there for functions or openings, it's a good time to talk to people, and I find people are much more inclined to talk to you socially, and if there's any problems, and a lot of them don't. We had a actual meeting out there, not a meeting, just a forum to go out there, you wouldn't get many people, because some people don't like to be seen to be whinging. So I think it's good to go out there just for a council meeting, and it might cost us a little bit, but I think it's important, and then they know we care.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Does the,
Can I say something?
yeah, please go ahead.
I just don't think that there's one size fits all. I think this is just one strategy that can be included in a whole range of other strategies for community consultation or for community interaction. So it can be attending individual functions, it can be a council meeting, it can be one-on-one. To me, this is just one of another strategies that we employ.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? Well, I'll sum up. I do think it's also good that if we've got councillors in the council from outside Roma, at least one meeting they don't have to travel, which is great because I think a lot of the time they're travelling to every meeting. So, and I think it's great to have it in our major towns where, at different times there was meetings held in the past from council. So I will be supporting this. I think it is excellent. I think it's been fine-tuned every time we do it. I remember the conversations, and I do agree with Councillor Ladbroke, if it's a more informal where you're having morning tea and lunch, it is easier for people to bring things up because sometimes it can be very confronting with a structured meeting. So on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
All those against? 6-3 if I can call for a division. Okay, moving on.
Thanks for being patient.
And that is page 72.
Thank you. Page 72, delegated authority for the Chief Executive Officer to sign the GTMR deed of indemnity. Councillor
I'll
Burkett.
do that.
Yeah, I'll move it, but I just want to question. So, Manager Graham, this is a yearly. This comes every year. Is it a buy? How many years?
This comes up per project.
Just for a project.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Every time that we have a project that crosses or within the road reserve of main roads, we have to apply for a permit. We have to have a deed. And so what I've been doing is coming back to council every time asking for authority, where it's just a formality. And I thought it's an operational thing that if the CEO can sign it in future, so that we don't have to come back for every single project.
Okay,
Sounds good. I'm happy to move that.
please go ahead,
I'd
Councillor.
like to move that council authorise the chief executive officer or delegate to sign the deeds of indemnity to Department of Transport and Main Roads for the construction of all water and gas mains in their road reserve. So you don't have to, no sewage lines there?
We only have one sewage line under the highway at the moment, and that's pretty new, so it's really rare that we do sewer work.
Yep.
So we could include sewer there, but it's unlikely that we're going to use it.
Righto. Councillor Taylor?
Can I just ask a question on gas, just while we've got Graham there? When you do more mains or whatever it is for gas, does that affect the people that are already using gas? Like, does it lower their standard or their, energy?
Pressure.
Pressure, that's the word I'm looking for?
Installing additional mains.
Yeah.
No, the idea of the additional mains that we're installing at the moment is to improve flow and pressure as well as reliability. So instead of having a single line to a property, you've got more than one line, and so they're getting more of a feed to the property. And if one particular main breaks, then they're still getting a feed there. So it is an improved level of service we're trying to achieve.
And we haven't changed supplier, have we, of gas?
No, it's still
Yeah.
Santos.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Just on that, sometimes it comes through pipelines that are another company, and there's a bit of stuff there where it,
I'll have to put in an S170 on what I've got in my head. Thank you.
no worries. Okay, so we had a mover, didn't we?
Yep.
Yes,
Yeah.
Burkett.
Do we have
Councillor Burkett.
a seconder? Councillor Taylor, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
9-0. Item 12.2, sewer zones. So I've got a question to Manager Graham. So is this really just documenting it, or is it going to have any material effect to what we're doing now with these sewer zones?
This is actually defining the sewer areas that we want to service. So we have been trying to administer it according to these areas, but we haven't had any formal document that we can hold it to. So we've had a few applications that are outside of an area that we'd normally want to service, and we're struggling to say you can't have sewer whereas this will make it easy and defines for everybody where the sewer areas are. So it's exactly the same as the water area, but for the sewer.
So, for instance, if people wanted us to extend it and it's not in there, you'd bring a report back, would
It
you?
will be the same as at the moment for water. We would come back and council will approve whether we extend the area or not.
Gotcha, yeah. Okay, well, we've got councillor Hancock, Burkett, and I don't know whether Taylor had,
No, I'm right, thank you.
righto. So councillor Hancock and then Burkett.
My question is, through you, Mr Mayor, Manager Graham, have we, and I'm sure you have, but have we considered the future growth of the towns? So I guess like for Surat, it's right around the outside of the town. Is there any room for the future growth where the town might grow?
There's no real growth identified for Surat. That's not within that area. For Roma, we have got identified industrial areas and residential areas, and I've included those in the sewer area so we don't have to try and change the zone later on. So we have taken into account future growth as well.
On the towns as they stand?
Yes.
Yeah. So what happens when we want to do the future growth? We can just come back and fix up the policy to include that?
It's just a case of coming back in with a new plan, showing the additional area, and council approves the change in the plan.
Is there no, so up to the race course, up to the Brewer Sporting Complex, there's no room to putting sewer up there, I guess, but, I mean, there's a cost that goes with that, I guess, as well. But if that ever wanted to happen along that way, we just come back to council.
All we get to do is come back to council with an altered plan, yes.
Okay, righto, thanks. And I'm
Yeah.
not suggesting that is, I'm just looking for the
Yes.
future growth of the town.
The
Yeah.
problem is if we allow that now and you get a person right at the very end of the area wanting to join, then it
You
know,
triggers the infrastructure.
then you're going to have the infrastructure in between.
Yeah.
They'd pay for it, but it's still,
A lot of money.
it makes it easier just to say no from the beginning rather than go back and forth and they complain because we've given them a high cost.
Yep, sure. Thank you.
Councillor Burkett?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Manager Graham, in the one in Mitchell, I just noticed, I don't know if this is a new extension, at the end of Ann Street, heading south, those blocks between Alice and Ann, there's a gully that runs in between, and it's always been an issue, even back in Bringa days, about allowing sewerage on there because they had to go down through the gully. But now that it's saying that's accessible, does that mean council, if someone asks, because I know there's a gentleman there, I think he might be gone now, but he asked, and mind you, he had some medical issues, that's why he couldn't remember asking each time, but he continually asked about putting it on there. But what happens there? Do you have to have a little pump station? And
Yes, we can approve them joining, but they'd have to put in their own little pump station and pump it to the reticulation.
yeah, it does, just because it's on here doesn't mean that you'll set up a sewage reticulation.
No, in any of these for water and sewage, just because we allow it doesn't mean we have to pay for the assets to get there. If you look at the policy, that clearly states that within a water and a sewage area, we can't refuse them, but they still have to pay to get their assets to them.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, do we have a mover for this motion? Councillor Burkett.
I'd like to move the council approve the sewer zones for Amby, Injune, Mitchell, Mungalala, Roma and Surat.
We have a seconder, Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
9-0.
9-0. Item 14.1, council vacant land, lot 18
No.
on
That's
No,
12.3,
12.3.
page 86.
86.
86, getting
So
too
still
fast.
with the manager.
I know we've got
of
to
Water,
catch up,
Sewage and
but we
Gas.
don't want to skip a few.
Yeah.
Okay, page 86, 12.3, water and sewer connection policy. Do we have a mover?
I'll go again then.
Councillor Burkett.
I'd like to move the council adopt the water and sewer connections policy as presented.
A seconder, Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak?
No,
We're going to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you.
Wait.
So page 94.
Item 14.1, council vacant land, lot 18 on M3831. Do we have a mover? Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that council offer for sale by tender property located at Rosemouth Lane, Muckadilla, and described as lot 18 on M3831.
We have a seconder. Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition?
I have a question.
Please go ahead, Councillor Hancock.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Manager Tenure. Okay. Just wanting to know, I noted in the report on page 95, it said that this land was purchased because it was felt there was insufficient freehold land available in Muckadilla for future development of the community. I'm wondering, has that position changed?
Through you, Mr Mayor, that was something that was identified by Bungleshire Council prior to amalgamation, and they'd started the process with the state that after amalgamation, Maranoa Regional Council completed because it was state land. We had to deal with native title implications. The position in purchasing that land was actually to have it there, that if someone did come to town and say, I want to do something. So this is exactly why, why council went down the process of acquiring the land there and have, so it is available.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, does the mover wish to speak to it?
Mr Mayor, yeah, I'd like to speak to it. In light of what Manager Tanya said, we have, I think it was this term, we put one out for sale. We did. With this term, yeah, and a local people purchased it and made use of it. And I'm just looking in the report. To me, this looks like somebody moving into Muckadilla. I don't know. I'm not aware of the person's name, so it might be someone moving into the
Another ratepayer.
ratepayer, or it could even be someone employed at the hotel.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Through the chair, we've got a seconder. Yep, that's good. Thank you.
We do.
Yes.
9-0.
Okay, right.
14.2, tender 22042, lease on land for grazing purposes, lot 1 on RP 87687. Do we have a mover? Councillor Hancock.
I move that Council 1 accept the tender submitted by Stuart Rogers for tender 22042, lease over lot 1 RP 87687 at 254 Northern Road, Roma. 2, delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to enter into final negotiations with Stuart Rogers and execute the lease 3 years if the terms are acceptable. 3, assign the income to GL 1491.1075, which is Council Building Facilities Operating Revenue Lease Income.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
9-0.
Through the chair, it's page 119.
14.3, tender 2202 for sale of council-owned land, lots 8 to 11 and lots 13 to 30 on SP 297126 Racecourse Road and Denton Court in June, Queensland 4454. Do we have a mover? Councillor Guthrie.
I'd like to move that Council 1 accept the offer submitted by Tanglewood Logging Proprietary Limited for the amount of $13,200, including GST, for lot 10 on SP 297126, tender 2204. Emma, I'm going to add an extra clause in here. Waive any historical infrastructure charges in this instance as an economic development incentive. Waive any existing infrastructure charges in this instance as an economic development incentive.
It's building permit. Just a question.
Okay. Wouldn't you have to,
Yeah.
do you have to rescind a motion? You'd have to rescind a motion.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the charges, the infrastructure charges are internal, so it's actually councillors deferred the charges to themselves. So the income, the idea was the income would be used to pay off our own charges to ourselves. There'd be no additional charges over this amount to the tenderer. Yeah.
So from our point of view, if we accept this, which is what I'm proposing,
Yep.
There's no, that's only an internal journaling, council from one cost centre to another.
Through
Is that-
you,
is that
Mr. Mayor,
correct?
that is correct.
Yeah,
Yes,
through-
yes, that is the final amount that the
Okay.
that the tenderer would have to pay. Is
Well,
that 13.2?
I'm happy to remove number 2 then, if that's an internal financial accountabilities within the council.
So councillor Guthrie, Maranoa Regional Council was the developer, so it needs to pay the charges, the infrastructure charges, so,
But that's still an internal council decision, that's not
yeah.
relevant
It's
to
not
this
part of,
particular
not
tender.
part of this, but we will have to pay them. We deferred them, but now we'll have to pay them because one block's gone off if this happens, so.
So
yeah.
that will be, Mr. Mayor, that will be something we will do subsequent to the outcome of this either way. That's not actually tied to us making a
No.
decision here.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so Tanglewood Logging, if council accepts the tender, will have to pay $13,200, including GST. That's
For the purchase of
for the
land.
purchase. Yeah, through Ms. Mayor, what the mayor said was correct. Council was a developer, so council was responsible for infrastructure charges. So we'll now have to pay out of that purchase price an internal transfer.
So it's internal to
planning area.
to the
Yes,
council.
it's not an extra cost
Okay,
to the
fine.
purchaser.
Just wanted to clarify that. Okay, well, I'll take
Oh,
number 2
just
also.
so, but in the 2 years' time, within the 2 years, they could come to council and ask, like anyone else could, if they were waiver charges if they wanted.
No, there's no
I'm talking about
charges.
if they build, like,
Yeah, but
they
there's,
build a house on it, they've got to come to council and pay
Development assessment,
building,
development assessment. costs.
application, all that type of thing. So,
That's a
that-
different
That's
kettle of
different.
fish.
yeah, that's what I'm saying, but is that what you were thinking that?
No, I was mindful
No.
in the report that we've already had infrastructure charge of payments for the development permit, et cetera, my thought was that we were trying to encourage, I mean, I'm very keen, my thinking was basically to clarify that this is not relevant to the tender that was being accepted,
That's right.
is what I was intending to do.
just on that point, so does that mean the stage 1 council will be paying the 48,000, or is it, which stage is this block in regards to? Or is it,
Ultimately, we've got a requirement to pay back the entire amount.
yeah,
It's just that I've added that in the report, so we're just keeping in the back of our minds that we do need to get a certain amount of money
yeah.
to offset the costs of that.
No,
Otherwise, we would need to consider additional money in our budget to
Yeah.
do them internal transfers.
Yep.
So it was just in the back of the mind, just so if you were to, that price would cover them internal costs if we sold each of the blocks for that amount. So that's why I just wanted to have that in the back of the
So it's
mind.
for our consideration.
Yeah.
Just-
Exactly right.
just
Yep.
Please make note of
You-
it.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, it was also so that councillors just recalled that 13,200 wasn't going to go into general funds that council could allocate to something else, that there was already committed. It was already committed
That's a
that we
good
had to
point
pay.
to make.
Yeah.
Because we were thinking in terms.
Yeah.
But my question is, so what does that trigger out of the infrastructure fees if we sell the block? Is it the stage 1, stage 2 or stage 3?
Through the chair, you reduce stage 1, don't you?
Yes.
Yes.
For instance.
So in essence, if the costs of stage 1 were 48,000, which we've paid, then we're reducing that cost to ourselves by a further by the 13,200 that we're recouping with the sale.
Yeah, but council hasn't paid any of it yet, we deferred it.
That's right. It's just
So
accounting.
that
It's just
means
a
if we do this,
book entry
then,
at this point. Yeah.
yeah, to do this, then we'll have to come up with 48,000. And we'll get 13, depending on the motion, what is moved.
But Mr Mayor, maybe that's a discussion that's not relevant to the accepting of the tender that's already been submitted. So maybe, Emma, if I go back, please, and just say, I'd like to move that council 1 accept the offer.
Sorry, I can't hear.
I'd like to move that council 1 accept the offer submitted by Tanglewood Logging Proprietary Limited for the amount of $13,200, including GST, for lot 10 on SP 7126, tender number 22024. Include in the contract of sale as a special condition that the purchaser must construct a compliant dwelling on the land within 2 years of the purchase contract completing, and that council has the right to buy back the land at the same purchase price paid by the successful tenderer, less council's legal costs, duty and registration fees to reacquire the property, to council for the land if construction is not completed within this time frame, as well as any related special conditions recommended by council's lawyers to protect council's interests. 3, retain lot 30 on SP 297126 for future council development. 4, list all of the remaining lots 8, 9, 11 and lots 13 to 29 for sale with local real estate agents, with all real estate agents in the Maranoa Regional Council area being given the opportunity to list the property for sale until the 31st of December 2022. 5, authorise the Chief Executive Officer to accept any offer that meets the market valuation price. 6, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to execute necessary documentation to list the property for sale, enter a contract of sale, and any other documentation associated with the disposal of this property. And 7, use the income generated to pay deferred infrastructure accounts. That's where money's going.
Look, Guthrie, just what is, I think, relevant to the decision is that if council accepts this, council will be paying $48,000 in infrastructure fees. So that's part of, it's not part of the tender, but it's part of the decision of council that you will be, or council will be committing to paying the $48,000 of infrastructure fees.
Wouldn't it just be 12,000? Wouldn't it be just the 12,000?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the way I understood it is we would transfer the total amount received at 12,000.
Yeah, without the
If
GST.
the
Without the
tender was
GST.
accepted, we'd only transfer that at this point, and then as we've sold off more blocks, we would transfer additional funds off to keep paying off them.
But
them funds.
we actually, a few years ago, when we did this, we deferred the payments so we didn't have to pay them till we sold them, which is actually, I think, a good idea. But if we've got stage one at 48,000, can we split it and say we only want to pay some of that infrastructure fees? Do we know whether we can do that?
We've already done that by resolution, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, look,
Ages
through,
ago.
through the chair, my understanding is that if you've deferred the payments, that's a bit like, it gives you a time frame that you can meet that payment deadline. If you're able to contribute to that reserve earlier than that, that's terrific, but you can drip feed into that reserve with every single sale. You don't necessarily, it's not a trigger to have to activate the whole of that stage one. So in other words, whilst the internal loan is 48,000, you can directly reduce that right now if you accept this tender by 13,200 or 12,000. It's GST, isn't it? And so therefore, 48 less 12 is what, 36, thank you. So that reserve balance will be 36. What the part 3 means is that the other 12,000 you would have got for lot 30, should it sell for 12,000, you won't be getting now. So that's actually, in other words, it's like selling all the property, all of the land to cover the costs of the development costs of you as the developer. What you're now saying, if you preserve that land, that lot for yourself, you're going, actually, we're going to sell everything bar one and we're going to keep that for ourselves. So therefore, that's our opportunity cost for holding on to that block. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but we've got in here and it's, unless we make another decision to waive the infrastructure fees or defer them, we've got in here at stage one at $48,000. So, you know, we have to do this the same as anyone in the community paying infrastructure fees. So it's interesting and happy to take it on advice whether that is the case or not, because we're not actually paying the first stage of it, even though we're selling one of the blocks. So, so that's, I'm
so
happy
through
to...
the chair, there's a timing difference, isn't there? So you don't have to pay that 48,000 technically as the developer until everything's sold. And you're right, you will get an early payment of $12,000 into that bucket. But your deadline for the payment for the 48,000 is you've said when you sell everything.
I don't know whether we've actually said that. We just deferred the payments. So,
Until the blocks were sold,
yeah.
until all blocks were sold. Anyway,
No,
we
I
can,
don't
we
think
certainly
it
can
was.
get
It
that
was just
information back to you.
deferred Till, because normally we don't have our planning person here, but normally we've said on other developments,
Yep.
we've looked at it, but this is, yeah, it's just interesting. All I'm making council aware of is it may only be 13 or it may be the 48, depending on.
Yeah,
It says it in here on page 121. When a parcel of land is sold, the infrastructure charge for that parcel of land would need to be reduced from both of these accounts.
So how many blocks are in the stage one?
Doesn't matter how many blocks, then,
Four.
Mr Mayor, each, as we sell them,
It just says.
and it's no difference to a resolution we did recently for a private enterprise. As they sell the block,
they pay their
blocks, yeah,
portion.
they'll pay their portion.
But in that one, we actually said to bring a policy back to look at it. We didn't say we were going to do it.
Yeah, it's in
We
the
said-
resolution to do that, Mr
Yeah.
Mayor, not the
Yeah, in the resolution, but we didn't make a decision for
council approved the deferment of the adopted infrastructure charges payments for development permit, allowing payments to be made on a per lot basis following the sale of each lot.
yeah. No, I was talking about the other one with the private developer, you said, like in another case. So that means there's 4 blocks in stage one.
That's right.
And that amount will cover the infrastructure fees. Yeah, so there'll be nothing extra. Thank you. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Councillor O'Neill,
I'm happy to second, but I've just got a number 8 if the mover will consider it.
please go ahead.
It reads, sales be reported to councillors once complete.
This sale of this one?
No,
No,
future
all
sales.
Future sales.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to accept that.
Won't they come back same as this one?
No,
We're giving the agents.
We're giving it to the
permission
agents.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Future sales might
So we
not
won't
be.
know.
Well, they'll all see, but at least they'll know a price anyway. 'cause
But what
that's-
we will know is the community will continue to ask us
Yeah.
what's happening, and if it's reported back to council, we're informed.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's why I've added that.
Just a question.
Please go ahead.
So when they build, even though it's sold by the agents, it'll still have that 2-year building thing on it?
Yeah, through the chair,
Yeah, through,
Plus, for us, not,
yes, it will. That's a council resolution.
Yes.
Those conditions, on that
so the
land.
agents need to know that, otherwise,
Be a condition.
you know, some people might buy them and because it's in June, just put rubbish on there. You know what I mean? Might put a trailer and an old car and this and that.
Careful what words you use.
And then no one wants to build there, you know, so there's got to be some rules.
I think we talked about that initially last
We did.
So they'll have all them rules.
yep, so
Yeah,
through the
good.
chair, those.
Conditions will be, put with the listing agents as conditions of the sale, and that will then get reflected in, contracts of sale.
Yes.
When they go under contract.
So does that mean that comes back to council for approval like these ones did with the plans and stuff on there? What they want to do?
Yeah, through the chair, the individual DAs will come back through council when they go. to
No, I
build.
mean, like in this one, we got to see.
Not to hear, they won't.
Lots of compliant development, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So,
So through you, Mr Mayor, if they're listed with the real estate agent, the way the resolution is worded, they'll be listed with the real estate agent for a price. They will have the conditions in there that are in here. But if someone comes in and says, look, I'll offer such and such a price for it, if it meets valuation, the CEO will be able to sign off the contract of sale with a standard 30-day settlement.
but what about, for instance, who's deciding, like in this case, we've obviously making a decision on what was put forward to build. Who's doing that on these others, or is that not a requirement, or is it the real estate agent? Is it staff? Or is it coming back to council to say we've got one and, because, yeah.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor, I would probably see it that the only time the council would see the plans is when someone come in to get their building approval done. So as long as it met any building approval requirements, it would be given the go-ahead. I don't think in writing this resolution, we hadn't really accounted for that council would be asking for plans. It would be more like a standard sale where it's advertised in the window of a local real estate and someone comes in and makes an offer.
So through the chair, just in some jurisdictions, every DA comes to a council for approval. So that would be the point where you go, oh, everything's fine, okay, that we like that, or we don't like that. In Queensland, if it's residential zoning and they're putting a residential property that meets the basic specifications of the planning scheme, it's complying development. So it gets signed off operationally. That's why you're not seeing them. So,
And we looked at it, we've had many conversations about the issue that Councillor Ladbroke raised, Councillor McMullen
That's
will
right.
remember, previous to this term and this term, we've looked at covenants which are hard to uphold.
you've got a police.
I thought where we landed was we were going to explore building one ourselves, and that would set the tone of the development. And that might, but then other people in that community have said to me, get houses built. They don't care what it looks like, they want houses built and people to come into the community. So, you know,
Mr Mayor, are we in
can't find-
discussions yet?
No, I did have a question.
this is discussions, we're not,
Oh, well, who has no?
No, we haven't done the debate yet.
no, it's not a debate, I thought we were having discussions about it.
No, well, I took that as being in the debate, but Councillor Guthrie, do you have any appetite to put in the motion that council get to approve it once the real estate's got a buyer? Because otherwise, then it's in a situation that we've done it for one, but we're not going to do it for the rest
Just through the
before they purchase it.
Can I just say no? I've had conversations with people in NGen, and there's been a number of people who have shown a little bit of interest to pursue, to maybe consider building a house either for investment or for a particular purpose. And I put an S170A in after a couple of NGen people said to me, how come we've got to provide houses plans? And the information back was that the tender only requires an indication of how many bedrooms, type of cladding, type of roofing, etc. So that doesn't actually give you, and I think what you're saying is the design and the quality of the house, and you're trying to then contain what people are building to an external set of imperatives. To me, the crucial thing is getting a house built, is actually getting one block sold, a house going up, and I think there'll be a little bit of then movement towards others doing the same thing. I don't believe we need to be vetting it to that extent. I think as long as we've got a condition that it goes to the real estate agent, we know what the valuation is, we know what the reasonable sale price would be, I would trust that a person then buying the block of land then has to apply to put a house in, and that the house would meet the requirements of no different to building in Roma, Surat, Wallenberry, Amby, whatever. It's still going to meet all the building requirements, etc. And it may be hardy plank, it may be brick, it may be whatever the preferences. I actually am not in favour of trying to control what gets built there. I just think we need to sell the land and get something happening.
So that's not, so this tenderer has had to do that, but you're now not requesting that as moving forward.
Well, they had to provide on the tender arrangements the information that, as I said, I put it at S170A in, and I was told they did not need to submit the drawn diagrams of the house. They didn't have to actually get a builder to draw them up, or they just need to be able to indicate what they were going to be building, as in very generic house details. We're just lucky that this particular gentleman has actually built a house and has said, oh, and by the way, this is what I'm going to build because I've already built something, is my understanding.
Just given extra.
Just through the chair, the whole process of the tender is to actually test the market, right? So that once you've tested the market and you've found that market price and you've had a valuation, you've tested it. So after that point, you can go out and sell those blocks however way you want to sell them. You're not obliged to sell them by tender. So the obvious thing is you've found the market, you've tested the market, you've met the transparency requirement, you're moving it across to the market. At that point, you're just selling land, but you do have some conditions. How to safeguard what goes up is then it's as good as your planning scheme. So it is saying exactly that. As long as the house meets code, it's complying development, and it meets the general framework of your planning scheme, it's going to be ticked.
Okay.
Councillor Ladbroke.
I'd like to see council look into putting a house on one of those blocks. Even if we borrowed the money, interest rates
Well, Councillor Labrook, you might do that in the debate, eh? You can speak to it in the debate.
Okay.
Righto, so does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
Other than to say, I'm very, very pleased to see that there is interest from one particular person who has now started and maybe has got the ball rolling. I really sincerely would like to see more land being sold up there, houses being built, and it's all a great way to have in June develop further. I'm just pleased to see that there is now something that we can consider and hopefully approve. And then within the 2 years that's specified here, there will be a house sitting at Denton Court.
Okay, does someone wish to speak against the motion? I'll speak against the motion. I certainly will be supporting the tender because I think this has got safeguards for what was or is a multi-million-dollar development. I think the fact is that we will not actually get anything for the land when you take in the infrastructure costs. I think the bigger point of view is that we actually get a clear understanding of what people want to build, which is excellent. And I think that if we don't have that, that's a danger, and it's a little bit disrespecting the development just to sell cheap blocks of land onto the market and rely on the planning scheme to do all the work. We know that when you buy other developments, there's conditions in it, and whilst they can be hard, I don't think it takes much to just say, show us your plans or show us what you want to do just to make sure it's in keeping with a brand new development that would, on today's value, be worth millions of dollars. And I do think that if we do this resolution, we've actually asked the first person to do something that we haven't asked the other people to do. So I do not think it needs to be onerous, but I won't be supporting the motion, not because I don't want houses built up there, but I would like to see a quality development. And if you don't have any conditions in there for quality development, I think that's high risk and not what people in that had a development would want to do if they're doing it privately. Does someone wish to speak to the motion?
Mr. Mayor, probably more of a statement, I think, but my understanding was the own council, cost council nothing other than our infrastructure fees. So by selling them at this price, we'll be getting our infrastructure fees back, because I think the rest of the project was funded by external company.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak against the motion or for the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
Can I just ask a question, please?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, Councillor O'Neill, does he want to ask first? Or?
No, I'm going to speak. You can ask your question.
Oh, right. So, so the plans there, what? So, you know, aren't they a new house plans? So,
Yeah.
isn't that? Doesn't that enhance the value of the asset? So I'm wondering.
I can answer that, Councillor Edwards. What this motion is doing is the process for this will not be followed for the future ones when we go to the real estate. We won't ask for any plans, so people can just buy it and then put up whatever can fit under the planning scheme. Whereas this time, council, and this was driven by wanting to see what people do first, as in just because we've got a brand new development. So we're changing the process moving forward if this motion is supported.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor O'Neill.
I'm happy to support this. This has been a project that's been on the books for a long time. It's in the public arena, so I'm happy to say that Santos partnered on this and have been working with council to help, build the community of Injune. The champion from a council perspective on this particular project is former councillor Denton, and I had the pleasure of sitting in here for 4 years with Joy, and there were many occasions where she spoke about the need for council to play a role and help build the community of Injune. Obviously, the positive impact of having the oil and gas sector on the outskirts of Injune has led to the investment on this particular project from that gas company, and it's a welcomed investment. Just as it is to name this particular court, Denton Court, because of the work that Joy did. We need to get some houses built. I have the confidence in the people that will ultimately buy and invest in Injune that they're going to build homes that are appropriate. We've obviously seen one here that is a particular design, and I am sure that people that invest in homes themselves are going to do a good job, and we need to back them. And so that's why I'm supporting this resolution, and I look forward to getting the reports back to councillors when the other blocks are sold and we see more houses built in the Injune community as well. So all credit to this particular tenderer for getting the ball rolling, and I hope there's a snowballing effect and we see more homes built in our community of Injune.
Okay, does someone wish to speak against or for the motion? Does the mover wish to sum up?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that this is very, very positive, and to allay any concerns that might be held with the standard of the housing being built. I think the two conditions there are crucial. One is that a house will be built, and a house has to meet all the required developmental building. So it's got to be built to a certain standard, otherwise it doesn't get approved. And the other thing is the longevity. So there's a time frame of 2 years from the time of buying the block of land that something's got to be there, good to go. So that says to me quality, and that also says reasonably quickly. So I'm happy to support this.
Okay, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
All those against? 8-1, if I can call for a division. Item 14.4, pool diving review. Do we have a mover?
Mr. Mayor.
Please go ahead.
And it's probably been explained before. I think it was actually, Gav, you might have, with this whole incident happened at the Spa in 2013, had nothing to do with diving. Where's common sense there that changed the whole landscape of people's enjoyment?
Yeah, so with that incident that happened, we had we did have some conditions put on us from the state government. That one of them conditions was that we had to have an audit and subsequently follow Rural Lifesaving Australia's rules and guidelines. Within them guidelines, there is a certain specification when it comes to the shape and size of a pool to allow diving. It's different at each of our pools because they're all different specifications, but the technical issue that we have at the Roma pool is there's like a sloped edge right on the side of the pool, and it's a technical thing that makes it sort of fall outside of that category. So that's sort of the background. That enforceable undertaking has caused us to use Rural Lifesaving, and we've sort of followed that since.
Actually, all bar one pool, or two, you go in the pool just to do laps. There's nothing, like you can't dive in, you can't jump in, whatever. And don't get me started on the Mitchell pool, because going on this report, the diving blocks, you can't even dive off them unless you qualify. You know, like all these things are in place, but they can't be utilised because of the silliness of the rules. And I understand like a metre's deep and 1.1's not real deep, but when you're looking at 2 metres and 3 metres and 2.7, like, far out. I don't know. I just can't see the logic in an issue that happened with chemicals, how they can turn around and do that to the communities with this diving. I don't know.
Councillor please go
Sorry,
ahead.
Mr. Mayor. So through you, Mr. Mayor, what I was just going to say is that the Rural Lifesaving is a fairly standard guidelines that's used at all pools. And what tends to happen is, although they're guidelines, if there's ever an incident or something ends up in coroner's court, Rural Lifesaving are brought in as the experts, and that's what they assess against was that pool operator or that pool owner or the council operating in accordance with the Royal Lifesaving Guidelines. So they're probably the only protection that we have as a council or as operators.
And just on that, where, like, shouldn't they be involved? Or have to use the Mitchell Pool because it's the only one that's been built in the recent times. Wouldn't they have, like, known that the pool's getting replaced, say, oh, we recommend that it gets, the deep end be such and such and the shallow end be such and such, you know, moving forward, because it's easy for them to sit back in the bleachers and then come in after the thing, and it's just makes it more pressing that the pool was done wrong or the...
Through you, Mr Mayor, from what I can gather, reading back, I wasn't involved in the design of the Mitchell Pool, but from what I can gather, council very much looked at that time at reports that were given to them were around if your pool's shallower, it doesn't have as much water in it, doesn't use as much chemical, and that's what was looked at. So now the council's going through the process of designing the Roma pool. We've been, upfront, and I have spoken to, the project area that's looking after that project and said, this is the requirements now, let's actually exceed that in case in 10 years time that the guidelines and the restrictions get tighter, so that we've got that buffer.
Exactly. They don't want to build a multi-million-dollar thing and shortcut on the most important thing.
Through the chair, sadly, probably since about 2006, the Royal Lifesaving Guides have made their way merrily across most councils right around Australia, and you'll find that the majority of councils don't allow diving because of the actual liability and the risk in their insurance, unless they're building a purpose-built diving facility. It's just a sad thing.
Mr Mayor, I was going to say too, this may have been even before amalgamation, I can't remember, but there was another serious incident in a pool that's now a part of Maranoa Regional Council, and that triggered a lot of stuff, went on for a long time, both internally, I believe, and externally with courts and that. Yeah.
But you know what? They're missing the big picture. Like Surratt and Mitchell, we got a river. The kids aren't allowed to dive. Where are they going to go? They're worried about safety. They'll go down the river where they can't see the bottom of the pool.
That's an easy one to answer because they've got parents who supervise them when they go swimming in the river.
Which does my head in.
So I'd like to move the council ensure that the concept design for Denise Spencer Pool reconstruction include consideration for the minimum requirement under AP13, supervision of safe water entry diving for the recreational pool.
Recreational swimming.
Recreational swimming, thank you. 2, request a report being brought back to council based on Merway Shire Council allowing diving at our pools where applicable under supervision. And 3, and then, and I'd leave it at that. So basically, how they do it, where they have, I think, a manager that...
It's on page 154.
Are you right there, Emma? Right.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Through you, Mr Mayor, page 154, we have spoken to Merway, and their comments are in page 154.
Mr Mayor, we have spoken to a number of different pools, and most pools, if not practically every pool, doesn't allow recreational diving. It's only diving under supervision. But we do have the information there that Merway Shire Council provided.
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about, is diving under supervision.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, diving under supervision is allowed now.
Yeah,
So,
but with our pool, because we've had one of the residents of Roma that had a problem because they weren't allowed to do it.
Mr Mayor, I probably should clarify, under supervision as in if they're part of a swim club or a swimming class, not when there's just a lifeguard on duty.
So, for instance, if this one here, pool staff, lifeguards in their supervisory role would advise divers prior to them diving to check the body of water. Recreational diving is also permitted off the sides of the pool and the middle of the pool where the water depth is clearly marked and deemed deep enough for safe diving. So what I'm saying is we've got a situation that I think at Surratt they allow diving in Surratt, is that correct?
Not our pools.
through you, Mr Mayor, that is something that I think council resolved a couple of years ago, that the Surat pool operator allowed that she would provide supervision to allow the diving within her pool at the deep end under some restrictions she'd put in place.
Well, that's actually what I'm talking about, looking at for the other pools. So if the supervisor or that is not interested, then we can't. But if they can, they might be able to do it. So, for instance, in one case, someone just wants to dive in because they can't walk into the pool.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor, I think the difference with Surat is that it's the depth. The Surat pool's 2.7 metres deep, so that's how the Surat pool operator was able to do that. It met the minimum depth requirements under the Royal Life Saving Guidelines. It's 2.7, while Roma, because of the slope, how it's been constructed, is only 1.5 on the edge, even at the deep end.
Yeah, but that's on a slope. So by the time you're actually out a metre, what is it actually?
No, they're taking worst case that you're going to dive right up and graze the edge and go down. It's no common sense.
And the thing is, but if the swim club is there, then they can do it.
Yeah.
Is that
If they're
correct?
under supervision, yes,
Yeah,
that's right.
so therefore we've got trained people that are the organisers of the pool that might say, I need to be next to you while I do that. But then it can solve some of the problems that residents have been complaining about.
Through you, Mr Mayor, there has been a lot of consultation with the manager of the Roma pool, and she has provided her documentation that she personally runs off in regard to diving, and she is she documents there that she will not allow recreational diving.
That's right.
And stands by the report she submitted back in 2020. And there is an email from her. It's on page 194, dated the 21st of July.
So when she's doing her private training, she never allows diving, is that correct?
When she's got kids in a class or something, or when she's training, she will allow, because that's supervised diving,
Direct
which
supervision.
is different. Yeah,
It's direct, not indirect supervision. That's the difference.
But if we had a policy where they could actually supervise someone going into the pool, that's what she's doing with the supervised, with the swim club. So she is allowing diving, it's just when she's supervising that it's actually happening. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam CEO. Absolutely. She does allow diving during her cut courses and stuff like that from time to time, because she's actively supervising. She can check for other variables like making sure that the waterway is clear. There's no other swimmers and stuff in there. If she was just standing on the side of the pool doing her normal duties along with it, she wouldn't have that direct supervision, and that's what her argument is. It's sort of a different case scenario from her point of view.
So what I'm saying is, if someone came into the pool and said, I cannot walk into the pool for whatever reason with their legs and so forth, I need to jump in, can you supervise me to jump in, and then I'll be right and I'll do my laps?
That's not diving though. That's a jumping in the pool.
Well, I think that's actually what one of the residents wanted to do and was not allowed to do.
We got an email.
He wasn't walking to the side of the pool, jumping in and starting laps. It was
that's
diving off the blocks.
That's what he argued. You probably should have said diving, because that's your argument. He wants to dive in because he can't walk.
Yeah, he wants to dive in.
But you're talking about jumping in because you said walk up,
No.
use your two legs.
Okay, diving off the blocks as an easy way for entry. So if the pool operator can do it for a private business, why can't we do it on a singular basis when there is staff available to make sure that they can get into the pool? And I'm talking about they're in the pool and then they're doing laps. Councillor Guthrie.
Mr Mayor, I think it really boils down to a conceptual thing called duty of care, which means that whoever is the accountable officer, the licensee of the pool, has a responsibility, even if there are guidelines there, that if they assess that they consider there is danger there, they've got a duty of care that says, look, I know we've got the right measurements and I know you've got the whatever and I know you that, but there's 200 kids there, I'm going to say stop, don't do it. Because everybody has the responsibility of a duty of care. I think the example that you're giving about somebody who has to get into the pool by some means, that's different to somebody jumping in and diving in the pool. If you wish to get into the pool because you've got a physiological or you've got an impairment or you cannot physically
Accessibility
get in,
issue.
you would have to say to the pool person, can you please give me permission, come over and check that I'm doing it okay so I can get in the pool. That's different to diving.
Yep, and through the chair,
That was my point. They're not
Yeah.
going to dive in.
through the chair, I'd be suggesting that you've got every right as a pool owner to ask your contractor about accessibility options for people with restricted mobility, and that it is a public facility. You'd be saying, what's your plan for people who need to access this pool that are not able-bodied?
Councillor Taylor was first, then McMullen.
Well, this is her business, you know, she won the tender, this is her business, so how she chooses to run it really is her business. I'm just saying, I don't think it's right either that you can't dive into the pool or whatever, but technically, this is her business, so us telling her what to do isn't going to wash very well, is it?
Well, yeah.
She
that-
had
I'm
the
just saying,
insurance.
Is it her
with
business
the
or is it our
council.
business?
But it depends what's in the contract.
Well, the
Well-
tender is council's business,
And
what
she
we...
won the tender.
Yeah, but also, when the operator can do something privately and it's okay, and then when...
That's her business.
But they can do that, then
Yes.
I do think we need to make sure we can try and do
I'm
it for
just
the
saying you're going to
community.
have to change the rules if you want to bring this in to her business. That's something you have to sit down and talk to her about.
Councillor McMullen?
Mr Mayor, anyone that's got issues with their legs or anything like that, we have a chairlift there to lift them in and out of the pool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
some people that's degrading.
Well, I mean, but if,
Yeah, but
if
some
it's that
people-
bad, you know,
Councillor Ladbrook?
So who is with the pools, who's the insurer? Do we carry the insurance or does the contractor
No.
have the insurance? So who's responsible for that?
Through the chair, we've probably got shared insurance. They would have insurance as well, but we would be the default liability. It would be us.
So, Councillor Burkett?
Just on Councillor Taylor's point, like I'd like to think that I had the capabilities of teaching anyone to swim, and I shouldn't be saying, "Oh, I'm not doing that," because that's not in my swim lessons class. If Councillor Taylor comes up and says to me on the pool deck, "Look, can you watch me dive in?" She should be doing letting the dive, saying for sure. That's what I'm here for. Dive in. Don't say come back when it's swim lessons. Like I think that part of for safety and common sense has got to be across the board. They help anyone that comes up and asks them to dive in, whatever, if that's the rule.
If they're there.
If they're there, well, you'd
Yeah.
like to think they're there.
Councillor Hancock?
I agree with Councillor Guthrie. It comes back to duty of care, and if council reads page 194 where the pool manager states about the fact that she asks us whether we've read coroner reports, obviously she has done her duty of care. She has come up with the way that she's going to operate the pool, that she can't have recreational diving, and I guess it's because when she does it in a situation of a class, it's a controlled measure, and she would have all her risks associated with that control measure. When it's not within a class and it's in a public environment, those control measures aren't there anymore. And I would think that if someone was having a problem entering a pool, like that, you would go to and say, "Can you assist me entering the pool? I want my options." I don't see how we can make this happen when the pool operator has clearly said here that she can't find a governing body who promotes diving in a public facility. I think we'd be opening ourselves up to all sorts of risks.
But just to clarify what you said, Councillor Hancock, I'm not talking about recreational diving. I'm talking about diving under supervision.
In a recreational format, Mr Mayor.
No, I never said that. It's not in the motion. It's about diving. So, for instance, it would make common sense if in the private lessons they don't dive off the blocks, but they do it. So if it's either dangerous or it's not, what the operator is talking about is there 50 people diving at any time in the pool. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is to have the same flexibility that you have in a private lesson if the operator can do it and if the operator is available. And if the operator is not available and cannot do
Mr
it,
Mayor, I just backed up exactly what Councillor Guthrie said, and it was okay what she said, but for me, you're going to clarify. We're actually
No.
saying the same thing, Mr Mayor. It's just about a private lesson and your duty of care on what you've got around that. other than when a pool is open to everybody, which I called recreational swimming, you might call it something else.
Point 2, request a report to be brought back to a council based on Merway Shire Council diving under supervision, right? So what I'm talking about is a one-on-one diving under supervision.
I have to pay for that then.
And,
Through the chair, not yet.
yeah, do we have a seconder for this motion?
Do you need the Merway in it if they've already commented?
Through the chair, that's not in the original recommendation, so the mayor's put up a slightly modified motion.
Okay. Yeah, so the motion's lapped. Do we have a mover? Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that council, 1, ensure that the concept design for the Denise Spencer Pool reconstruction includes consideration for the minimum requirements under AP 13 supervision of safe water entry, diving for recreational swimming, and 2, consider recreational diving and other rule changes once the Denise Spencer swimming pool construction is complete.
We have a seconder, Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
All those against?
You voted in favour.
And I changed what I did.
You can't.
Why?
You have indicated to the room that you
Has anyone in this chamber put their hand up and put it down, Councillor O'Neill, since the time you've been doing?
Not that I've
Has
noticed.
happened.
And it's been called out, has it?
No.
The mayor allowed it.
Mayor allowed it.
So if people put their hand up by mistake, Councillor O'Neill, I'm surprised you don't remember that in all the years that you've been in council. So it's
Quite happy to explain it to them, Mr.
Through the chair, did you, 8-1?
8-1 if I can call for division. We'll break back in an hour. And the community about they could do certain things or increase or do that road when they're going, but they don't have authority. They're an unfunded project. They're not approved by council. They're on the unfunded list. So this is getting a list for each area that's saying if you can fit them in with the schedule like they used to do in the old days, that they could do it. Okay, so I'll speak to the motion. I think this is a very important thing that we've got to look at different ways to make council dollars go further, and for the staff to actually have a list. I do believe that they don't want to be coming back to council and asking, but if they've got a list or a challenge list of things that can be done, it means that we've approved that if it can be done, that they will be an upgrade or a maintenance job or whatever. And we've said, yes, this is the list, here's your challenge. If you can do it, please do it. Okay, Councillor Hancock,
I just have a question.
please go ahead.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Madam CEO, is this in, does our policy, our roads policy, does this support our roads policy, or are we doing something in opposition to our roads policy? I'm not against it, I'm just making sure that we're not, instead of having a look at our roads policy on a whole, we're sort of, picking it to pieces.
Through the chair, probably the best response is that you do actually have a register of roads that are priority and that are unfunded. The challenge for the council is that, in spite of increased funding, even in the last 12 months, is that list is longer than the bucket actually allows. So yes, what I believe the mayor's saying is that if council have a short unfunded list, because you have a long unfunded list, that's clearly saying, look, this is the work that if we did have available funds, we would fund this year. Could all of the divisions of council work together to increase those efficiencies, but also to here's the prize, this is what you get. If you do these efficiencies, this is what we'll need to achieve, and we can do this project or this project or this project. It's I'm taking, Mr Mayor, that this is a new approach, is a bit of a challenge to the organisation to say, we talk about efficiencies, but we really don't know what they look like. They either look like $1. If you put up a project or a series of projects, might be 1, 2, 3 in each area, but you're saying back to that community, we know we can't afford to do these, but if we can operate more effectively, perhaps we could. And even if we get one project as an efficiency in each area, that's 5 additional projects that you've actually managed to get up within your budget that you didn't think you could, but you've cut your cloth and you've been able to see that as a bit of an incentive and a challenge.
So this is not against our policy,
No,
our
not
roads
at all.
policy?
It's actually, we'd still support that policy, it's just picking a small slice of that.
Councillor Burkett?
I know on a section of road, say you're going to do 17.5 kilometres and you budgeted that, and then they've got their daily running costs and they get to the end and they say, we can go make that extra 500 metres and do that and complete it through efficiency. Yep. Or if you had to put 9 water services in on the road and they're all the same, by the end of it you got a good routine, you save that money, you'll do the 10th one.
Yep.
But I totally agree with what you're doing, but the only thing it'll be hard in that instant because it's only when you're shifting gear to that spot to do it on efficiencies from another job. It's not like a flow-on effect from the existing jobs. But I think it's a great thing that if we can challenge the staff, and I'm sure a lot of them would take up the challenge and try to get stuff done. If we can if that's a test case to do it, I reckon it's a good thing to do, yeah.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak against the motion or for the motion? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
9-0. 17.3, tidy footpath in yards policy rebate. I would like to move that a report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Guthrie, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak?
Probably a question.
Please go ahead.
Tidy up the footpath and yards policy rebate, which I understand, but
Yep.
where in this, will this incorporate tidying up some of the yards?
Oh, well,
I know we've got a few that you're working on.
Yep.
There's another couple, one up on Mitchell Road that constantly getting feedback about it. Whilst it's an industrial area, it's not tidy. Will this upgrade our policy? I mean, I understand what you're doing with the rebate side of it, or intending to do, but
Well, it hasn't, but I'm happy to add something that we could, for the report to be prepared for an upcoming council meeting, also include different ways of being able to tidy up unsightly...
all unsightly.
unsightly yards or allotments or whatever, because,
I just know, one person in particular is making some pretty derogatory comments about council on Facebook about one episode, but anyway, I won't go any further than that.
Okay, Councillor Taylor?
I was just going to say the same thing. I just wonder if there's anywhere in that report that can come back some sort of suggestion, because I know now in that area we have no say because it's industrial and whatever, but is there some way we could implement that, there has to be some sort of standard, like, they have to put a fence up, or they have to plant trees. Maybe we should just plant trees. I don't know.
General mowing or something.
Yeah, like this is just, I know where Deputy Mayor's going with that, and I just feel that we don't actually have any rights to be able to tell them what to do, which I think there should be a line there somewhere. When you overstep it, council can tell you how you should be looking after it.
Further to what I've said, and Councillor Taylor, we're probably talking about the same place by the sound of it, but it's only just one block's only just been recently subdivided within the last 2 to 3 years. What conditions are in these subdivisions? When you're going to change a subdivision, when you do a subdivision or an application, sometimes you've got to put up fences and with screens, some sort of a screen and that. I don't know. This particular subdivision, what was in it, but we don't see that, but it should be something.
On the hill too, hadn't been cleaned up.
Councillor O'Neill?
I just wonder, there's a lot of issues that have just been raised then that are important, and that's more in the line of a compliance issue. There are people that are currently doing the wrong thing, and what are the triggers that council have to tidy yards, etc., make sure that planning approvals have adhered to all the conditions, i.e. planted a row of bottle brush or whatever it is.
Yeah.
This here is a good news story, because what has been discussed, and you've brought it forward, but it's not yours. It'll be owned by council, because there's a lot of people here that are passionate about this. Councillor Burkett being another one. This is about the people that are doing the right thing now, and it's a way of giving them a pat on the back. So rather than overcomplicating a report coming back on what this looks like to roll out, do you separate it so we get a briefing on all the things that we need to do in terms of compliance and what council has now and the triggers, and, you know, tidying up yards is a lot of legislative steps, as Jeff will remember. But this here, it's new and it's exciting, and there are conversations that I know people around this table, myself included, have had with the community that have pitched this as well. They've got some ideas. So do you keep it separate so the staff know that this is the new one, and we have a briefing on what we do in terms of the compliance to address the, you know, unsightly yards and all of those things? Yeah.
I just have a question.
Please go ahead.
You can't make them do anything though, Cameron, like...
Yes, you can.
Yeah,
What about
That's the briefing you need, Councillor Ladbroke.
Well, what about the houses over there? Are you going to go and get them tidied up?
No, I'm
No,
not.
no.
The council has some
Compliance.
triggers that they
I
can
know, but
implement.
we've tried to clean them up, and they just shift something.
Yeah, but this one's about,
This is the
it's the opposite.
You know, like...
So if we have a briefing on the steps council can take, and there are examples, and Councillor McMullen, remember, not in Roma, there's one in Roma I can think of, that we went from, that have been rectified from start to finish. It was a really long process, but it got done. And
Because those are still going on. How long has it been like that?
Yeah, but there's something in place for those.
Yeah,
There's
but what's
something-
happening?
Yeah, well, they're going
For a
through that
briefing.
process.
So I think what Councillor Ladbrook's saying, it's not easy to do the compliance. You can do it, but it's a very
You know, and like
long process, and sometimes you don't get where you want to get as quickly as we'd like to get there.
but this council hasn't been through that yet.
No.
Like, you've had the luxury, and Councillor McMullen and myself, we've been, but correct me if I'm wrong, we haven't had a briefing of what council can do. Is that right? Yeah.
What I was trying to get
Yeah,
down
it's
is
right.
probably better in a different briefing. The reason what I'm talking about in the last few years, there would be some conditions. Have the conditions been met, or
Yeah.
did we not put enough conditions in the subdivision?
Through the chair, maybe it's easy enough if we isolate.
Yeah, I'm happy with that, yeah, I just,
At a briefing and then bring
yeah,
it
that's
back,
fine, I'm happy with that. Take it, leave it out of this resolution for now, fine.
Yeah.
And some of these have come to council.
Yeah,
Right, so if you want to have a briefing, we can do that.
That's
So,
the opposite to this one, but
yeah, so right, we'll just stick with
Vigil,
originally.
that's fine, I'm happy.
Report, be prepared for an upcoming council meeting. Okay, so no one wishes to speak. We've got a mover and a seconder, and we're going to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
9-0.
we're going to the late white.
L1, tender 2202, additions to the register of the pre-qualified suppliers for minor work, civil construction and maintenance. Councillor Burkett.
I'd like to move that that one council approve the addition of suppliers to the register of pre-qualified suppliers for minor works, civil construction and maintenance in accordance with S232 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 under the proposed sub-panels below. 2, pre-qualification for these suppliers will remain current until 31st of March 2024. 3, council authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to enter into the deed of agreement with the selected suppliers, formalising the terms and conditions of the draft deed of agreement.
We have a seconder? Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak?
No thanks.
We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
9-0. L2, Queensland Music Festival proposal. Do we have a mover? Councillor Ladbrook.
I'd like to move that Council 1, Council receive and note the proposal, and number 2, the matter be brought to the next councillor briefing.
Yeah, do we have a seconder?
It's a briefing. Did you say briefing?
Mm.
Yeah, sorry.
Councillor Taylor?
I got a question.
Please
Can I
go
ask a
ahead.
question? And I probably missed this, but the music, coming back as a briefing, the musical trail, it doesn't exactly say where they're going, does it?
No.
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 You would have that when you come back?
I can do, yes.
Yeah. And the other thing is the amount of money that they're asking us for, I'd be interested to know what others have been asked for.
Okay.
If that could happen in the briefing. Thank you.
Councillor Hancock?
So we just have, just knowing Councillor Taylor on page 37 and 38, that it was the one that they came and spoke to us about.
That gentleman.
And so therefore they're looking at, there is a trails.
Yeah.
So they haven't said exactly what towns.
No,
Are you
but-
looking at exactly what towns?
Yeah, I'd like to know
Yeah.
exactly what towns.
I wonder who has actually booked it in yet. Do you know what I mean? Like they might still be working on that.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just think
I suppose it depends on who puts the money up. If somebody doesn't put the money up, they won't go there.
That's right.
Yes, that's exactly right. But I'd just be interested to know how much money they're looking from whoever they're asking.
Through the chair, the proposal they've got is they're requesting $50,000.
Sorry?
$50,000.
Yeah, that's what they're asking us, but are they asking that for a small town like Blackall if they're going?
Want to be a good job, wouldn't it?
I'd just like to know.
It'd want to be something big for 50 grand.
Well, through the chair, it will be, because it'll be funded by the state as well as,
Yeah. I guess my question is, why isn't the state putting up more? I mean, they're going to charge people to go as well, aren't they? It's not free, is it?
I don't
No.
believe so, no.
I think the opportunity is that they will start it and fund it, but they want it to be self-funding eventually. So that's why it's not a massive freebie for the proponents to do it.
and through the chair, the state's funding approximately 80% of the cost, and what they're asking for is 20% from the
Good,
communities
right.
they go to.
But they're also asking in kind, which will probably add up to a fair bit as well. Venue, all that goes with that.
Okay, we have
Just
a
to,
mover.
just to add, can I say something?
Please go ahead.
Interesting statement there, page 23. Just says this represents return on council's investment of 10 to 1.
Yes, through the chair.
Not sure about that, but anyway, not any, it's just an observation, that's all. I was just wondering, that's a sort of another multiplier effect, that 10 to 1. Yeah. 50 times 10, so that's 500,000, so, yeah.
That's what they're saying, yeah, Maranoa local government area.
That has been, obviously work that AEC have done for, the state.
That's a fairly big multiplier,
It's a
but
significant
anyway,
one.
could happen, you never know.
Councillor Guthrie?
Mr Mayor, I also noted when I was reading it that it's going to, the tentative schedule is actually during the Roma show and the Mitchell show. Is there any opportunity to sort of say, well, rather than come this way, can you come that way?
Yeah.
Because the trouble will be that when you've got a number of really good events on, there may be choices that people make and they go, take the kids to the show.
Yeah.
And we'll have to miss this. I'd like to see if we have it, that we maximise attendance.
Yep, yep. That's definitely a discussion to have, sorry for you, Mr Mayor, definitely something to have a discussion with the organisation to let them know that we do have those events scheduled for
Did
that
they
time.
realise that or not?
I'm not sure, I'd have to.
No, they wouldn't probably.
Well, from the discussion we had here, I think they were talking about the showgrounds as the venue. So that's not going to work, is it?
Not on the shows, I know, definitely not, no.
But they could, like, I think we've got to work out whether we're interested and then say in what parameters we need it, so. Okay, so do we have a seconder? I'll second it. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak about it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes,
9-0.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
We need to do that. Mrs. Ludbrook will be.
Through the chair, page 50.
L3, Future Immortals Change of Event. Do we have a mover? Councillor Burkett.
I'd like to move that Council 1 acknowledge OM 07 or 07 dot 2022/34. 2, support the event change to early 2023, proposed 9 to 12th of March 2023, to support better attendance, fundraising and planning outcomes.
CEO, did you?
Yeah, sorry, through the chair. Look, the one thing, again, we have, as you are aware, is the group, we recently approved to provide some funding and in-kind for this group. They came back to us asking for a change of date, into the next year to allow them some more time, planning time. We're just flagging, again, there's a lot of things happening in and around their proposed date. So if council would be amenable to understanding that should you just consent to the moving of the event,
Without the
that
date.
date may change again.
Yeah.
But again, it's within the financial year.
Yeah.
Just,
And there is no date in the original resolution. So,
I think.
so we won't need to lock them in for a date. I just don't,
No.
I'm wondering why that's come back just because there was no date in the resolution. So nothing has to be changed.
Look, in essence, the resolution still stands. You've provided the money, but clearly within a week of you saying, yes, we're prepared to fund it on these terms, those terms have changed. Just for completeness, is coming back to council and saying, look, they do want to move the date to next, still within the current financial year, but move the date. Look, we certainly could have probably just agreed to that, but it's safer for them is to have a resolution just to support them on that.
So we can just still do 1 and then number 2, just support the events change early 23
Maybe remove
to
the
support and just remove the
dates.
date.
Or just yes.
Well, it's
First
given
half of 2023.
Okay. Councillor Ladbroke, then McMullen.
I just have a comment about the in-kind assistance that we give all the people. Can we have, if it's not too much trouble, it doesn't have to be spot on, but a thing to say what we give, because we seem to do a lot of in-kind and sometimes we get criticised of what we do or don't do. And I don't think some people have got any idea what Saturday's wages are, Sunday's wages, and working on a public holiday. And we're paying those wages. Some people live in another world.
Councillor Ladbroke, is this part of this resolution?
Yeah, because it says in-kind contribution. So if we can start,
Well,
if
did you want to ask the mover, does he wish to put anything in there?
would you like to put anything in there, Councillor?
I totally
Burkett?
agree with what you're saying, but I don't think it fits in with this recommendation. But I do take on board and agree.
I was just going to say, Mr Mayor, the date is only a proposed date, and it's not.
Yeah.
It's not actually locked in concrete.
Councillor Burkett, would you be amenable just to say change it to 2023 and leave it so it's flexible?
I'm happy with that. Just early 2023.
Thank you
Or
very much, Councillor.
early 2023 or just 2023?
Or we could just
We
leave it at.
withdraw the whole report because it doesn't, there's no dates in there.
It's just
it's irrelevant.
Well, it's just an update, really.
You have committed to funds and in kind, based on the basis that you are funding it for this year.
Yeah.
They are asking to move it, and it is next year. And
I'm-
regardless of where the money is, you
I'm
have
happy
to
with that.
dedicate
You're happy with that?
They need to commit.
But it's in the financial year though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Anyway,
We work on financial years, our budgets are.
But you need to remember that this is an economic development initiative.
Yeah,
and
I'm happy with.
Of an event that will cost $100,000, and they just need some certainty.
It keeps everyone updated. I'm happy with that.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor McMullen, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
I'll put my hand up to speak,
Oh,
not to vote,
okay.
sorry. But
Righto, so we'll just go backwards. I haven't called the vote. Councillor
Happy
Hancock, please speak.
Mr Mayor, all I wanted to say is that I have no problem with changing the date, but the reason I'm going to vote against it is because of the acknowledging the previous resolution where we're using the APLNG livability grant to fund it.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak for or against? Then we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
All those against? 6-3 if I can call for division. Okay, nothing else on that one, I don't think, is there?
L4, 54.
L4, I think I got it.
Page 54.
There was an updated agenda that was.
Oh, yeah, I've got the other one. Got both of them here. L4, design estimate for reinforced concrete box culvert, Gunnerwin West Road. Do we have a mover? Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that Council, 1, seek the input of 1, all landholders along Gunnerwin West Road, and 2, the postal service contractor that uses Gunnerwin West Road in relation to the current funding to design a new drainage structure at chainage 8.750, with the view of understanding whether each party has a particular preference and or concerns in relation to either. A new bed level crossing dash floodway, option 1, or B, a new reinforced concrete box culvert constructed at approximately the current height of the existing road at this location, option 2, and 2, that a summary of the above input be presented to council at a subsequent meeting so the scope of works can be confirmed to allow the design works to commence.
I'll second that.
Well, Councillor Guthrie was first, so,
I'm happy to second it, but I've also got a question, just to clarify, seek the input. How is that input going to be sought? Have we given any thought to direct word of mouth?
No,
How are we going to seek the information?
we did say it, that it has to be written, so there's no confusion.
Through the chair's minimum, but certainly there was a lot of conversation around making sure that we personally contact each of those adjoining landholders to make sure that we've got a timely response.
Yeah. Can I just request, and maybe I talked to Councillor McMullen, that it's the written input or a written summary of the input, because down the track, my fear will be that somebody will say, I didn't say that, or that's not how I
Do you just want to include seek
The
the written input?
I was just going to start with it. I'm happy to add that, seek the written input.
That'd be good.
and then I'm happy to second it.
but that might mean that we don't get any input, because some people
No,
don't
they-
write it. Or do you mean that someone could ask them and say, I'll write it, can I read it to you, is it
I
what
actually
you said?
Mr Mayor, a written summary of the input, or even if, for example, if I ask you a question and as you're answering it, I'm writing down what you're saying, that it then becomes a document that becomes part
Get them
of
to sign
the
it.
summary.
Yeah.
I'm just very, very keen to make sure that there's a lasting record of
What went on?
consultation.
Okay.
and
I'd
then
like
what
to
was
get it,
said.
I'd like to get it signed by the person making the statement, so there's no comeback at all, like.
Like Mr X could say to Mr Brown, whoever the person is, oh, yeah, I agree to put a box culvert in, and then he writes, no, that's what I mean, you write it down as a summary, but then when it comes to, I didn't say that.
But why, through the mayor, why can't we put something together ourselves, council, that have the options on it, and then that person ticks it,
Signs
and writes any comments that they like, and then signs it, and then that comes back to council?
Director, do you have any comments?
No, I think I agree with the statements here that we need to have it in writing and be able to present it in a factual sort of way. Happy to structure it in a way that the person making the comments is recorded against those comments for presentation.
Yeah.
Mr Mayor, through you to the director, would that give you enough authority to, like, have a form, or, you make up some sort of a format, letter in a format as Councillor O'Neill suggested, then you can say to Mr Brown or whoever,
Yes.
just sign, fill in what you think, and,
It's
Yeah.
fairly broad, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's broad enough. There's a lot of, a lot of consultation being done on various projects that the deputy director's been a part of as well. So
Yeah.
it'll certainly be very similar consultation process to what's been done in the past.
I think as long as it doesn't affect the people that don't have good reading and writing, that they get theirs written down and, can be written back to them, because,
Mr Mayor, just on that, like, I'm not sure how many's down that road, but if you're worried about getting it done quick, could someone physically drive down there, like a, what do you call it?
Door knock.
Through the chair, I think that was
you know, they come to, yeah, and just get it done in the one day, bang, got it all there. Someone that can answer the questions if they got it.
Yep. And tick,
Tick, sign,
thing.
bang, next
Here's
day
the
it's
question.
in place.
What to do? It's
I
done.
would still write to the landowner to let them know
It's happening.
what's happening and to give them time for a
Consider.
considered
Yeah.
approach, considered answer, yeah.
For sure.
Righto, so we have a mover and a seconder. Is there any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? I will speak to it. I do think we need to get this sorted. I'm concerned about issues to do with this floodway and how it was constructed, and I do believe we need to move forward and try and find out what the community would like, and then obviously council needs to make a decision. Okay, on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
9-0.
Thanks, Lee.
Thanks.
Thank you.
L5, tender process and proposed improvements. I'd like to move that a report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting. Do we have a seconder?
Can I ask a question?
Please go ahead. Councillor Burkett seconded. Please go ahead, Councillor
Well,
Tull.
as far as a report, is there any way we could maybe include the contractors as in, the ones that drive the trucks and all that, not just, well, maybe that is everybody, is it? I don't know, but I just feel we need to hear from somebody about it instead of just, the procurement officer standing there, sitting there saying, oh, well, we could do this, this and this, but, what do they feel? What do they think? Are we asking anybody out there?
Well,
I mean, I know the ones that are telling us, but can we get anybody in the room so that we can have a bit of direction from those that are actually filling out the pieces of paper?
What I would hope is that the CEO and staff would go away, find out how we can still fit within the Local Government Act, but streamline the process, because the amount of paperwork involved, we've done that with the micro panel. We just need to keep going on that process, and I'm sure that the staff in the organisation hear what is not good about it, because it's not necessarily just the people in procurement, it's also the people that deal with all the contractors that people complain about it. So I think, and I don't think it's going to happen overnight, but I do think that there is enough knowledge, and with the CEO's knowledge, to be able to go through and say, how do we streamline it? Because all the feedback I get, you probably get the same feedback, is it's a nightmare to deal with council, and we're not a good customer.
I don't think it's that bad as in that, but the contractors that I have spoken to would just like to see it simplified, or, they're not complaining. They love working for their council. They don't have a problem with that. It's just, they have ideas that might also save us money and time and energy. That's all I'm saying.
Councillor McMullen.
I was just going to say too, Mr Mayor, another input from State Development mightn't hurt either, because State Development do a lot for the smaller operators, they do a lot of, actually fill the forms out for quite a few of them there because they can't even handle it,
So CEO, is there enough in there for you to go and consult with your staff, with all stakeholders?
Look, through the chair, yes, I think so. The resolution's broad enough, but I'm certainly hearing the intention is when you do bring something back, is make sure you've consulted the relevant stakeholders and
That'd be good.
into what we come up with.
Thank you.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak for or against? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
9-0.
What's that for?
Okay, do we have anyone to go into closed?
Any conflicts?
Or do we have any conflicts?
I don't think so.
Sorry, yeah, I've got one.
Please go ahead.
It'll have to be brought up. Okay. Items LC2, description APLNG work, transition agreement, community projects. Clearing Councillor Mark Edwards.
Going.
Yeah, this should be on.
This should be on until we go into close, though.
Yeah, so it's a pass thing. The past thing is the issue, the past thing, and that's already been allocated, that's already been attended to, but this is more to do with what's going to happen in the future, with everything now. Everyone is in the same boat here, I'd say, I would suggest.
Okay, so councillor Edwards, I'm just wondering, it's up to you, it's your declaration, but I understand you've sold oranges there in the past, but if you don't have a plan to, then to me, it's a different thing and you should put that in there. If you do have a plan next week to do it, but if you don't have a plan, then I think it's important from...
No, well, I can say within myself that I still would intend to sell oranges at Calico Cottage.
That's what Mr Mayor, no disrespect to anyone, but it's Councillor Edwards has said that's what he wants to go with, so.
Righto.
Yeah, well, if you think, the other councillors think I've got a problem, well then obviously they've got to vote the way they want to vote. But all I'm saying is I don't think it's on balance. I just don't think it's a situation, especially when we're all in the same boat and we're all going to have to talk about where all this money's going to go, where, how we're going to allocate things and community projects. So I'm happy with it, yeah.
But we're not all in the same boat, of course, because I don't have the same conflict that we're discussing at the moment.
No, but that's only one part of the thing. That's an interest. You got the description, the matter. What's the matter we're talking about? What is it? What's the matter?
The legal advice.
It's not up to me to influence anyone or tell anyone. That's just what I've had a look at. So, yeah.
Okay, do we have someone to move on this?
I've done what I have to do.
Or you doing it? You do it. You go.
Councillor McMullen.
Oh, you go.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that it is in the public interest that Councillor Edwards participates and votes on agenda item LC2 because a reasonable person would trust that the decision is made in the public interest.
I'll second that.
We have a second at Councillor Ladbroke. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? Councillor O'Neill.
I'll just raise concerns from my perspective that this is inconsistent from other declarations around the same matter in relation to Calico Cottage, and I'll be voting against.
Righto. Okay, so does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Guthrie.
I think the crucial wording was the word matter, and that's the legal advice we've had, which is to look at the matter at hand and not the generic possible conflict of interest. So I'm very, very confident that when the title is APLNG Worker Transition Agreement Community Projects, that I'm fine. I believe that's
okay.
not tied to, yeah, I'm happy with that.
Okay. Councillor Hinkle.
Sorry, just so I know what I'm going to do too. So the matter at hand is about the LPLNG Worker Transit Agreement and what projects that we're going to give that money to. Isn't that the matter we're going to be dealing with?
Yeah, but through the chair, you haven't identified them, so how can you...
Well, there actually is identified projects in this.
Two are prescribed in the agreement.
Two are prescribed, but you've also asked...
Yeah, but they're passed. Oh, sorry, I won't say anything.
Decided. At the end of the day, you're looking at priorities.
Yeah, and the extra.
Which may or may not
the extra.
include those projects. That's a matter for you.
Yeah, right.
And
Okay, that's
certainly
okay.
It is a matter for the councillor.
Yeah, no,
And for you to decide.
I was just asking a question on what that matter was.
And for us to ask questions if we...
Sure.
Yeah.
Can I just ask one? So, like on the example Councillor Guthrie used, if it was listed project A, B, C, D with the names then, that's different again, isn't it?
Just to clarify my own way of thinking, so the $1.2 million is already a done deal for Calico Cottage. It may be that in our discussions, that's the sum total. It's been mentioned here. We know that was what APLNG actually allocated the money for.
In a closed report?
In a
public report.
This is public
It's been
information.
public for,
This is
for
public
3
information.
years, 2 years, 3 years.
I would think that Councillor Edwards, should the conversation tend to go in a different direction, then he would then have to, no different to the other projects that aren't mentioned,
go
would
out
have to
and
declare an interest at that point.
Yes, and certainly I'd refer back to your practice in relation to what you were doing with your budget, where you were looking at a range of projects and trying to prioritise what was in the budget and what was out of the budget. And you were mindful when you had those discussions that you made enough space that should somebody wish to declare something, that you'd flag that. So I see that as something you could see.
Can I say something?
Yeah, please go ahead.
So what happens if it's raised in the thing about one specific thing which has obviously been given money anyway in the past, and then that's raised. So potentially, if it's raised within the meeting, does the action would be for me to probably leave the meeting.
Yeah, look, through the chair, the practice you've had, certainly in my time here, is that when you've had multiple matters that you're discussing that councillors may or may not have conflicts on, is that when you've had those discussions, you're mindful of the fact and that you slow down enough to say, look, if we're going to propose this subject, recognising that a councillor in the room may have a conflict, and that at times has been led by the council themselves. I said, hang on a minute, wait, if we're going to discuss that, could you please give me the courtesy of making sure that I can make my requisite declarations and leave the room, etc.
Yeah, if that can be done, I'm happy to leave the meeting. Not overall, but when Calico, when it's mentioned.
So a question to the CEO is, should we not break this up and have the oranges as the Calico Cottage as a separate part of the report like we've done with budget?
Look,
yeah.
Through the chair, for completeness, if you're really genuinely concerned about a particular matter, and there's no identification in the report at this stage, is to flag that, Mr. Mayor. It's indeed just to say, should any discussion occur in relation to that, we'll give the opportunity for the council to make another declaration instead of leave the room. Because indeed that may happen to each and any one of you, depending on what the priorities are.
So, Councillor McMullen, would you be interested as part of what you've read out to identify on the agenda items, except for issues next dealing with funding or something for Calico Cottage, or how do we break it up where we actually identify?
That's the way to do it.
That is in the public interest that Councillor Edwards participates and votes on agenda item LC2, excluding
Items pertaining
Discussions
Discussions.
pertaining to
Calico Cottage.
Yeah. pertaining to
Calico Cottage. Because a reasonable person would trust that the decision is made in the public interest.
Is the other one in there the precinct? I think it is precinct because it's part of the thing too,
that's
isn't it?
That's it,
That's
yeah,
what it's
Calico
called,
Cottage.
yeah.
Okay, right. Okay, so
Right, is the seconder happy with that?
Yes, I am.
Righto. Okay, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. Okay, any other conflicts? Righto, do we have someone to go into closed?
Mr Mayor, I'll move, in accordance with provisions of section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the council resolved to close the meeting to the public at 2:58 p.m. to discuss confidential items that its councillors consider as necessary to close the meeting. In accordance with section 254J5 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the following table provides the matters to be discussed and an overview of what is to be discussed while the meeting is closed. C1, acquisition of land, Lot 1 on M5447. C2, Surat swimming pool contract arrangement. C3, Surat depot washdown facility. C4, rail interface agreement. C5, organisation, budget and cost saving measures. LC1, recommendation to procure one heavy-duty rigid hook truck and tipping trailer. LC2, APLNG worker transition agreement, community projects.
That's it.
That's it.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
9-0. Okay, we're enclosed. We'll keep going with the meeting. So LC2, we've got a different project. Project 6. Do we have a move? We've got a declaration.
Yes.
Councillor Ladbrook.
I have a conflict with item number LC2 of Project 6, description APLNG, worker transition agreement, community project. The clearing officer is myself, Councillor Ladbrook, and the persons with the interest, a related party is my wife, is myself and my wife Alana Ladbrook. The particulars of the interest: I'm a member of the Roma Turf Club. My wife Alana is president of the Roma Show Society. The type of a conflict is a prescribed conflict of interest, and the action I'll take is leave the room while the matter is being discussed and voted on.
Okay.
You've got to wait for.
Yeah, we might do the other conflict too.
First, then.
I thought you just
No, you gotta
do
do
when
it.
his
This
comes
one
up.
now?
They're allowed to actually
I'll
vote on
come
this.
back in.
Yeah, so I'm happy to move.
Right, please go ahead. Or just wait for Councillor Ladbrook to leave the room. Okay, Councillor Ladbrook's left the room. Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that at the meeting with APLNG, we table the project 6 for consideration under the Workers' Transition Agreement. At the meeting with the Australian Pacific LNG on the 17th of October, canvass the following matters in relation to the agreement, whether APLNG would consider Project 6 to be funded under the Workers' Transition Agreement.
We have a second, Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
8-0.
Mr Mayor, we just need to give Emma a moment to fix that up. Emma, it was said whether APLG would consider Project 6.
I'll get rid of that, yeah.
Whether APLG would consider Project 6.
That's
Yep,
it.
that's it, yep.
Okay, thank you. This will be the last motion.
What's he coming back in?
This is the last motion you've got, Emma.
Clock off then, couldn't you?
What was the vote?
Yeah.
8-0.
8-0.
8-0, yeah.
I didn't hear it called. I missed it.
Okay,
Yes.
we're now going to
I think
do
we did.
We did vote.
LC2. What were you saying?
No, I didn't hear. I didn't think we called the vote.
Yeah, 8-0.
Okay, thank you.
LC2, Project 7. Councillor Edwards, do you have a declaration?
I do. Item LC2, Project 7, description APLNG Worker Transition Agreement, Community Projects. Declaring Councillor Mark Edwards, person with the interest, related party, close associate, other relationship. Myself, Mark Edwards, particulars of interest. This declarable conflict of interest arises because I have sold and intend to sell Orange's Calico Cottage. And Calico Cottage mentioned in the report. Type of conflict, declarable conflict of interest. Action, leave the room while the matter is discussed and voted on. Boom.
Okay, and that'll be the last thing for the day.
Thank you, Mark.
Councillor Edwards. So, yeah.
Good night, Mark.
See you later.
Sleep tight.
He's gone.
So, Councillor Edwards is gone.
Sorry, my mistake. I should have stayed there. Sorry.
No, you're right. So
Is that
you're,
right?
you're heading off now.
Are you closing the meeting?
After this is the last thing.
Yeah, so Councillor Edwards, once, this is the last item for the day, so no need
Righto.
to come back, I don't think, so.
Righto.
Okay, thank you.
Good night.
Bye.
Sleep tight.
Au revoir.
Okay, can the recorder, is Councillor Edwards gone? He's gone, yes. Yep, okay. Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that at the meeting with Australian Pacific LNG Proprietary Limited on the 17th of August 2022, canvass the following matters in relation to the agreement whether APLNG would consider Project 7 to be funded under the Workers' Transition Agreement.
We have a second, Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. Any further business, councillors?
Nothing.
Okay, we'll close the meeting at 5:30, exactly.